Okay, I call to order this Elizabeth School District Business Meeting on Tuesday, March 24th, 2026 at 6 p.m. Can I get a roll call?
Director Callahan?
Here.
Director Fletcher?
Here.
Director Hunt?
Here.
Director Olson?
Here.
And Director Powell?
Here.
Okay. Can everybody stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
No, we've changed sides.
Try to
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I move that the board approve the meeting agenda for this March 24th, 2026 business meeting as presented. Can I get a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, roll call.
Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Fletcher?
Aye.
Director Hunt?
Aye.
Director Olson?
Aye.
Director Powell?
Aye.
Okay, I move that the board approve the business session minutes from February 24th, 2026.
Second.
Any discussion on those? Okay, can I get a roll call?
Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Fletcher?
Aye.
Director Hunt?
Aye.
Director Olson?
Aye.
Director Powell?
Aye.
All right, next up we have communications, and we have Tyler, who's Director of our Safety and Security, here to give us an update.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thanks for the opportunity once again to be able to come forth and talk to you guys about the things that we've been able to do so far this year. There's still plenty of time throughout the rest of the school year to accomplish a lot of great things. First and foremost, I missed a little bit of the first portion of our school year for having a kid, so unfortunately I didn't get to be a part of some of the fun stuff that we were doing at the very beginning, but very grateful to be a part of the family. So
Congratulations.
thank you. Yeah, thank you. So at the beginning of the year, we started the year with doing some training with Faster Colorado. It's the same thing we've done in the past couple years. We spent 3 days, a long time. 3 days with them. The first 2 days were live fire. In that second day, we did simulation training, things like that, with a simulator. So we got kind of thrown in to different situations that we had to resolve either through verbal de-escalation or through lethal force. So that created some anxiety for some of the team because those situations are very real where you're having to act on it. So that was good for the team to go through. The third day we actually got to utilize the Elizabeth Middle School where we did some building clearing, kind of got to understand what movement looked like, start to be on the same page as far as what that language was, as well as basically a emergency response. So an active killer in the building, what that looked like, how is the movement going to change, what obstacles or challenges were we going to face. So it really started to get us to understand the challenges of how our building layouts are and the different things that we need to think about, not only as a single security personnel, but if you're partnered up with a school resource officer or somebody else. So that was very enlightening and very appreciative that Faster was able to work with us on that. After I returned, or just shortly before and after, our department was able to successfully complete 3 canine sniffs, 2 at the Elizabeth High School, 1 at the Elizabeth Middle School. That was initiated after there was a concerned parent who reported possible fentanyl in the high school. Their kid reported to them later on that night that while they were in the restroom, they overheard a conversation between 2 other students that they were either or somebody was in possession of fentanyl. And so that's what initiated that, and we took that very serious and wanted to be proactive and get in front of that because obviously fentanyl, as you all probably know, is extremely deadly, and the last thing we want is an incident with that in our schools.
I think that's important, just to, if I can ever, because I think there was some indication from within the community that we're just like running off half-cocked doing these things for no reason.
Yep.
And I think it's no, it's very real,
Yep.
and you shouldn't take any indication lightly. Like, you need to go in there, hit that, make sure we know what's going on.
It was actually, that happened a couple weeks after the Elizabeth Police Department seized a vehicle that actually had fentanyl in it here in Gold Creek, the neighborhood here in town. So there's obvious concern that there could be some illegal narcotics or drugs within our community, so we wanted to be proactive and take a further look into that and make sure it wasn't on our campus.
Thank y'all for doing that.
So we partnered with the Elizabeth Police Department, Elbert County Sheriff's Office, and the Bloodhound Man Trackers Group, who is a nonprofit organization that the Elizabeth Police Department uses for canine sniffs and whatnot if Elbert County is not available. So appreciate them for all that they did. The other thing that was really big that we were able to accomplish so far this year was back in January of this previous year, not this year. We went with a visitor management system called DriftNet. We were thinking and very hopeful that DriftNet was going to be the solution for replacing Raptor Technologies. Unfortunately, that was not the case. We went about 6 months of me trying to communicate with them and getting zero communication in return, to the point where it was around June or July I got a letter saying that they went out of business. And so I kind of had to scramble and start to identify a new visitor management system that was going to be a good replacement for that. So I ended up actually looking into Raptor Technologies again. I looked through another company called Facility OS, who had the potential of integrating into our current security technology, Avigilon services. However, it wasn't going to be a smooth transition. And the other ended up being Verkada. And so we ultimately found, through the pricing and what those capabilities were, how user-friendly that interface was, and just overall simplicity, that Verkada was going to be the better solution for us. So we ended up implementing Verkada and haven't looked back. They've been an outstanding system for us to use. It's customizable to meet the needs of the district, so I can put in basically, if you're a guest of the school district, you can check in that way. So a parent, guardian can check in one way, contractors another way. Because I don't work at a specific school as my permanent location, I too sign in under the Elizabeth School District staff. Thank you. And we can even expand that for substitute teachers and things like that. So what's really nice about that is we can even add messaging to that that's customized to that profile. So if it's a parent, I can provide some kind of messaging that gets sent out via text message and by text or email or both. And it could be something about a reminder not to sign out. It could be a safety reminder. It could say, hey, no weapons or anything like that on school grounds. I can really gear that to what we need. Same thing with substitutes, which I'm looking into now, is when we have subs who aren't typically in our buildings all the time unless they're a long-term sub, what kind of information is essential for them when they sign in. So it could be the SRPs, and just as a quick reminder that they have it in their email and a text, this is what you do in these situations. So for lockdown, locks lights out of sight, as a reminder what that is, and so that way they understand what the procedures are in our district. So that's really cool.
I have to say that I didn't know what that system was called, but since that has been in there, it's just so nice and convenient to sign into a place. And you get this little text, and then if you forget, it says, are you still here? And then you just say bye, and then you're all done.
Yep. And so I set the
quite nice.
reminder to get a text update or reminder that after an hour of you being signed in, to sign back out. So you can just text it and say bye, and it signs you out of the system, or we can do it manually. So that's nice. We do have any parent or guardian who signs in who's not affiliated with the district, besides having a child with being enrolled, they do go to the security office and sign out. So that way we are always aware of who's in the building and doing what. And so that's awesome for emergency purposes, because then we know who's in our building and where. And good segue. I know we've talked about Minga a little bit. I just want to reiterate, for that kind of technology for emergency purposes, that accountability piece has been really big for us. Just knowing kind of where people are in the building and how we need to adapt and adjust with each given situation. So as I mentioned before, if there's a fire, I need to be able to communicate to the fire department very quickly if they're going to go, or if we're all accounted for, or if they need to go fight a fire or search and rescue, right? So the last thing we want to do is put firefighters in danger, at risk, or any first responder at that. So that's been huge, and it's also kind of helped us reduce hallway activity, loitering, things like that in the halls that have kind of pulled the security staff to go escort students back to class. So it's been nice that they've been able to focus on overall security and campus safety rather than just tracking down students. So another cool thing, we ultimately we applied for a grant through the Firehouse Subs organization last year, and through the summer, July or August, we ended up getting approved for the Firehouse Subs grant, and with that we were able to procure 12 new AEDs, and those were the Zol 3, so those come with adult and pediatric pads. We didn't have those before. The old devices we had were right around 6-8 years, so kind of nearing or at end of life, and they only had adult pads, right? And so it's really been nice to have a device that can save a kid's life, put in areas that we haven't had it before, such as now, right now in our toddler infant care, for at least the toddler building, we have an AED that is adequate for that age. So it's been awesome to be able to have those things tactfully placed, and we're even putting one in the auto shop too, just because of the proximity to the building. Last thing we want to do is have someone trekking through snow or mud or whatever that looks like just to get an AED and trying to bring it back. I mean, the time between it takes for someone to go from the auto shop and get it from the health office and come back, that's a lot of time lost, and that's not what we want to deal with. So we're trying to be proactive there. Training and preparedness, I mentioned already the Faster Colorado stuff. We also completed our annual CPR first aid AED in partnership with the Elizabeth Police Department. Sergeant Bigler over there has, the past couple years, helped us out, and he's been our American Heart Association trainer, which came in handy because we ultimately had one of our security specialists provide abdominal thrusts, and ultimately got a piece of candy to shift just enough where it allowed the child to breathe again. So that was huge. So that training is coming in handy. In addition to that, we've been working with our district health team, so Ashley Keith, and we have gotten our entire team to become designated, trying to think of the correct terms, medically delegated individuals or personnel, so that way when the health techs are tied down or they're not there, our team can step in and we can provide necessary medication for emergencies and do EpiPens and do a lot of the other things that typically they're only allowed to do because they've been through the training, they've been certified to do that. So we've taken that step to be a part of that process to make sure that we can also be a team with that. Yesterday we completed a Stop the Bleed training. This was provided to us for free by the Adventist Health hospitals. We had a representative come out to us, provided the training, and through that training we're actually getting more Stop the Bleed kits for free based off of our enrollment numbers. They're also willing to come out and help out our community in many different aspects. So they can do training for safe driving and kind of why that looks that way, because the number 2 reason why they see patients in the hospitals is due to car accidents, and so they're trying to do a lot of those things to combat that, and so they're offering a lot of free services to us. So we'll work with them in order to try and implement some of those things to create more of a safety culture out here and be proactive. So Franktown Firearms, we were there last night, very long night. We were there till about 10 o'clock. Started at 5:30. That's a new partnership with them and our department. They've been great. We've been extremely grateful to Sean Steven over there, who reached out to us and said, do you want to use our facility, just as we allow or offer that to our first responders? And we said, absolutely. What is that going to take? And at a very small fee, at an annual cost, we basically get their entire facility to us to, that's the shoot house, that's the range. So we now get a lot more range time, a lot more opportunities to train and do things like that to work on our skills. So that's been awesome. Lockdown drills. So as you guys know, we utilize LifeSpot. I've made a slight adjustment with our lockdown drills in order to be a little bit more engaged with our staff. There's been some hesitancy to utilizing the app. It's a little scary because it initiates a lockdown and it notifies first responders and it gets the cavalry coming very quickly. The last thing you want to do is, most people are scared of being the one who accidentally sets it off, and then everyone's pointing the finger, well, who did it? Right? And so completely understand that, but we're trying to break through some of that by implementing small scale scenarios. And not only are we getting more engagement with our teachers and our staff because they're actually utilizing the app to its full potential rather than the old mundane process of going through a phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 kind of process. We're going through a small scale scenario, so specific teachers know what to communicate. Every teacher knows that they need to communicate their room number, who they are, how many adults, how many kids, and if there's injuries. And that information goes straight to law enforcement. So at a unified command level, they can start to plan. If there's injuries, they need to start establishing a triage, a warm zone, all of those things that the standard operating guideline has kind of put together for us. And we've been even more grateful that Chief Engel has been a big part of that, and he actually helped write the SOG for out here. So we're getting kind of firsthand guidance on what we should be doing and how to do that. And so since we've made this change, we've actually had more law enforcement or first responder engagement with some of this. Running Creek, we actually had kind of a very quick beginning to finish where we actually got fire to come in and go into an empty room and take out a CPR dummy and act like they were trying to get somebody out and get into a warm zone and doing things like that. So we're actually able to get training not only for our staff, but we're starting to get training for all levels of this, all the way up to the chief of police and the undersheriff and anybody else who comes out. They're all part of this process now, which is awesome in the preparedness. The last big thing that we've been able to work on, big props to our security specialist at Running Creek, Jeff Toback. He's been working very hard at getting the Safe to Tell program going. He is one of our trainers, so he went through the Train the Trainer course through them and is able to provide a lot of good material to our district through that. The focus is on increasing student awareness and response and how to use that responsibly, right? Not a tattletale program, things like that. So our hopes are the more we start to implement this and get him involved in the schools with staff, with students, and provide that education, we're going to hopefully get kids and staff to have that integrity and how to use it appropriately, so we're not wasting people's time and we're not wasting resources too. A lot of times when those tips come across, we're utilizing law enforcement and things like that to go out to the houses when there's nothing really going on. It's just someone was upset that someone called them a bad name, right? And so they're coming out and they're saying something off the wall and it's inaccurate, and now we're wasting people's time. We're unnecessarily worrying parents that their kid did something. So we're trying our best to implement a culture that is able to utilize this tool the right way. And with that, he's almost there. He's got, I think, one more school, and our entire district will be close to achieving the gold standard. And there's not many districts in Colorado that have been able to successfully achieve that. So our goal is to achieve that, and then hopefully in the coming years reach that platinum level. So when people look at our district, they can say, well, what is Elizabeth School District doing, and how are they making sure that our kids are safe? Well, they're doing X, Y, Z, and they've taken the Safe to Tell stuff, and they've taken it to another level where they're getting engagement from all levels. There's more, there's better reports that are coming in that we can actually work off of. So
does that minimize a little bit because I recall one time somebody said, with all these Safe to Tell tips, it takes a lot of research to see. Obviously if it's something really escalated, then you're not going to spend hours researching to see if it's true, but at some things, you don't wanna pull
Right.
everybody in right away.
Right.
So does this new situation help to get to the truth faster?
Initially, it's raised the amount of tips we've gotten just because once people learn about something that they maybe weren't previously aware of, or they're just reminded of it, you typically get an influx in those number of tips. So that kind of has taken away from that in the wrong way, but ultimately, it's our way to continue. It's the start, right? And so as we continue to talk about this, we're hoping that the tips that come in are truly concerning tips, not just
I'm mad at somebody.
yeah, not just that. So the time it takes to investigate it is probably going to be the exact same, and the reason behind that is because we're going to take every tip serious. Because the moment we don't, something does happen,
Yeah.
then we're the bad guys because we didn't take something serious. And so, I mean, our department is definitely stepping up in order to help take some of that off of our administrators. So the searches and things like that, where admin have typically had to get very involved with that, and they're there for each process. We have a witness, and we can have someone part of the safety and security department, especially if it pertains to a weapon. We can have them get involved. They can do the search, complete the JIE exhibit form, and then hand all information over to the admin, so that way they can make the right decision. Or, I mean, if it's to that, if it's a real concern, admin's involved from the very beginning. But there's constant communication from the very beginning, just so everyone's on the same page. So,
Thank you.
yeah. But that's all I've got for you. I tried to make it pretty quick because I know tonight's gonna be a little long. But again, I appreciate the time to come up and share a little bit about what we've been able to do this year.
Well, thank you.
Thanks,
That's a good
Tyler.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great
Yes,
job.
appreciate
Thanks
it.
for
Tyler.
everything that you're doing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up, we have board reports. So I'll go ahead and kick it off, just kind of follow up with Tyler. So I was at the job fair, which was great. I loved seeing the collaboration and the participation with that. While I was there, I took the opportunity to meet with Corey and with Tyler, and we sat down and they showed me all aspects of this Mingus system, and it is so far beyond just a hall pass, bathroom monitoring system, which I think it's got a stigma. There is so many wonderful things that it can do, and again, it contributes to you guys not spending your time chasing down students who are, lingering around in the hallways instead of being in class where they're supposed to be. But let me give you an example, and I hope you don't mind me sharing this. So, you have students who, you've got your cliques, and, you've got them all who every class or at a certain time of day, they all go and check out the hall pass to go to the bathroom so they can go hang out in the hallways and stuff at the same time. You can set this system up to say, you know what, these students, they have a tendency to get in trouble when they're all out in the hall unattended at the same time, and so they can't check out at the same time. Or you can limit that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the tracking, there's having a way for students to check in when they first get in versus, the old way, just go sign in. You can track, okay, they signed in, 5 minutes to get to your class. So there's just so much more to the system. It is so robust, and I'm very, very impressed with it. So as with any new technology, it's it's scary, but we've got to get away from the old pass system and get with the times. So it was really, really impressive. And I would suggest that anybody, if you have the chance to go talk to Corey and take a look at this system, it'll blow your mind. I was just like, my jaw just dropped when I saw everything that this does.
Yes.
So for everybody out there who thinks it's just a glorified bathroom pass system, it's not.
It's not.
So that's all I got.
I'm just gonna, real quick, I'm gonna jump in because of what you just said.
Mhm.
So I actually got to see a demonstration of it also from Corey, a month ago or so. And it is a very robust system, and it's kind of two pieces. It's the check-in when you're late system, and it's the hall pass system. And I know that Corey has been working on actually pulling the data. I mean, it's brand new, just I think at the first of this year, this calendar year. And so, you know, they were first seeing how it worked, and then he started pulling data. And I think he will present that to us at some point in time here, hopefully soon. But it does do a good job at pointing out, number one, how much class time students are missing because of all these things, and it keeps it controlled.
Yeah.
And yes, there is, you know, three at a time, but it's a rolling three, number one, and the three comes from the fact that there are 3 stalls in the bathrooms. So you don't want, you know, people lined up for a stall, and it's a rolling 3. So, you know, as soon as somebody comes back, it opens up another slot. So, you know, it is a really good system, and it is quite good. And I briefly saw some of the data, which I'm not going to be able to, like, you know, regurgitate because I don't remember it exactly, but I was pretty stunned at the numbers of the amount of time, class time, that students are missing. And so it's going to be a good control over that.
Well, and the distraction that it causes for the teachers.
Exactly.
You know, one thing Corey brought up, you know, you're a teacher, you get in your groove and you're teaching, and then all of a sudden someone comes up with a hot pass.
Yeah,
When they can just go and it's controlled system, it's, you know, it's
Yeah.
designed.
exactly.
So it helps with minimizing distractions as
Right.
well.
But there's always, you know, if there's an emergency, certainly they just need to come up and talk to and
Mhm.
you know, go outside that. So, you know,
There's
I think it's a good
always an-
system. I think it's,
yeah.
you know, nothing's perfect, but I think it's a good system.
Yeah, working out the kinks, working out the bugs, but
Mhm.
it's got a lot of potential.
Yes.
Nothing to report here.
I just I've been doing a lot of research this month. I did a lot of math research, and then Ted's just taking that over, and he's just doing a great job. But I've been doing a lot of research this month on AI and education and what that is doing to our students and the ways that it's being used, teachers and students. And I just the cognitive offloading that is happening, and just the ways in which we've thought about education in the past, like, what's the purpose of education? Well, it's to get good grades. Well, if that's the objective, well then in a child's mind, the AI is the perfect tool because that will help me get the grade. Never mind the fact that even, you know, as studies have been looking at, you know, not just the use in education, but use in the office, you know, at companies, they've done a lot of studies on how this is affecting business as well, like that people are just offloading analytical thinking onto ChatGPT or whatever it is. You pick your model, and it's really this is dangerous. And our kids they're just not thinking anymore. They're just letting the model do the thinking for them. And the papers they're writing, the essays, these things, they're missing the point. And I'm trying to put together something that's, you know, maybe some steps that we can look at, and maybe once I have something, I can come to you, Ted, and we'll look at like how we can start trying to incorporate this into our schools, and how, just because this is how we do assessments, everything. I mean, it comes down to like how we are doing school. Like, we're gonna have to, if we want our children to leave here and actually know anything and be able to think critically about anything, we're gonna have to consider this and how we there's a way you can talk about AI with children, and you can help them understand, but in the end, like, we're the adults in the room. We have to, how are we going to, you can organize the homework, you can organize the essays, to, in a way that makes sure that if they use AI, that they use it
I
in
think
a
we have a
responsible way.
software, don't we, that we use that recognizes it?
Well, it's
Yeah.
supposed to.
It's
We've-
supposed
to,
we've
right,
identified where it has accused kids of using AI and it hasn't.
Yes.
And so, I mean, that.
There's a
we
lot
have
of
to be
false
cautious
positives.
Because there are false positives. I think it errs on the side of positive instead of negative, and so we've talked with our staff about be careful. I mean,
Yeah.
certainly use it, bring it to the attention, have the conversation, but don't assume, so.
Well, even kids that are trying to get good grades and who aren't using AI, they look around and there are kids using AI, and so it's an arms race, right? It's like, well, if they're going to use AI, I can't get a C.
I
they're
stayed
getting
up
it.
all night.
That's right. I stayed up all night writing my paper, and they were out, whatever. And there are ways to get, so it's pretty easy sometimes to spot if the paper has been written by AI, but you can then put into the next prompt, you can tell it to fix those problems, and it'll go back and it'll fix it. And then you ran the first paper through the whatever model you're using to spot AI, and it says this is 100% written by AI, and then the next prompt you tell it fix these problems, and then you run it back through again, and it's like this is 100% written by a human.
Oh, that's not good.
Unless you forget to take the emojis out.
So it's here to stay. It's not
It's
going
ethical
anywhere.
use.
Yeah.
But we have to figure out how to use it in a way that or have to teach our kids and the parents and the teachers. Everybody needs to be educated on this and how we can use this responsibly. I mean, even kids who are like, well, I learned how to do the thing, and whatever the concept was, whether it was math, science, whatever, and then I just use it for the busy work. Well, the purpose of the busy work was to reinforce and get it into your brain how to do the topic or whatever it was. That wasn't just busy work.
Yeah.
And so, yeah. So, at any rate, I spent a lot of time just watching YouTube videos and TED Talks, and that's what I've been doing in my
Well, David, I'm
little
excited to
spare
hear you're
time.
doing that. Just so you know, I don't know if you kind of heard that with our curriculum review committee, but now that we've kind of got the math thing sort of, in a place where we think we're going to go with that, AI is our next
Oh.
priority. And so you're still on, you still have to come now. You just committed yourself to still coming to the curriculum review committee, so just so you know, pay attention to those meetings. We are actually, I think, going to try to have a subcommittee. We're going to try to do a subcommittee to kind of work on, because we want to have, we believe that we need a policy, which we have to have broad enough that we don't have to change every 12 seconds,
Yep.
you know?
Because AI is changing. every
Exactly,
12 seconds.
but we need to have, as you said, Rhonda, the ethical use of it, the appropriate use of it, and on the curriculum review committee, we have a student representative, she's a senior, and she got together a group of students, and they had with Brett and Kim Moore, they had a discussion of their thoughts on AI, and actually all of them pretty much came up with, now, I will grant you that these were all, some honor students and, student council and things like that, so, but most of them were not in favor of huge use of AI. And one of them was like, no, not at all, as I understand it. But it was a very interesting thing and very useful, and so anyway, that is something we hope to work on this summer with the curriculum review committee, and hopefully have, the beginnings of an AI policy to talk about next year.
Yeah.
So-
The Brookings Institute just finished a study. I watched the person who did the study. I watched the talk from her, but I just need to get a hold of the actual study. But they had some recommendations for how school districts, superintendents, and boards can start thinking, and teachers can start thinking about this in a more helpful manner. Because you can't just say, well, you can't use it. Well, you're not with the child all day long. They could literally get it on their phone. It's like, so But at any rate, that's.
Well, one of the discussions we had at the curriculum review committee was kind of interesting. It was kind of like, you know, we need to teach. Don't just say use it responsibly, but we need to teach it. And so, you know, having things like, you know, an assignment, okay, your first assignment is write, you know, on XYZ topic, write a paragraph on whatever you think about it, but it has to be your writing. Then next, put a prompt into ChatGPT and see what it says, and then see if you want to tweak what you're saying. Or put in, you know, a prompt to say, give me some top points that I need to do, but, you know, it doesn't write it for you, it just gives you the bullet points, and then you take it from there. So the different levels, and knowing when to do that and when it is not ethical to do that, that you know, you don't end up with a fully AI written thing, because we do need to engage the brain, and AI is sort of disengaging the brain.
And a safeguard may be, how do you test the knowledge? So yeah, you may have brought this paper forward, but, you know, give me another example.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh, boy,
okay,
yeah.
Where's my phone? Nope, sorry.
Yeah, no.
Not to mention in-class essays are always a good way to get around
Yeah.
concerns
Yeah.
about AI essays.
Yeah.
But when you
Have
think
them write it in
about-
class.
Yeah.
And one thing that we have to keep in mind, but again, we're K through 12, is at some point, employers are gonna expect you to know AI in some way,
Knowing
shape,
it
or
is
form.
good, yeah, but
I mean,
not-
that's the
yeah.
wave of the future.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, again, how do you learn to use it ethically, responsibly,
Right.
productively?
But still be
Um,
able to do it yourself
yeah.
if you have to.
Yeah, exactly. Know what you're putting in, and,
Yes.
and so you can critique what it's spitting out.
Exactly.
So,
Yes.
Yeah.
So anyway, just so you know,
Yep.
more to come on that, and you are recruited now. You are on the subcommittee.
all right. Mike, did you have anything you want to bring up? Okay,
No.
cool.
Oh, come on, Mike.
Tax.
It's tax season. April 15th, that's on his mind. Is it the
Yeah,
15th?
exactly. It's coming, Mike. We're
Yeah,
praying for you.
really.
Thanks for the reminder.
Just a couple of things. First of all, welcome back to our parents and students from spring break. Hopefully everyone had a restful and safe spring break. We haven't heard anything otherwise, so that's good. Wanted to address a couple of things that hit social media during spring break, and it's always hard when things hit social media, and of course people run with stories, and obviously those stories aren't always accurate. So wanted to talk real quickly about what's the difference between schools and homeschool enrichment programs. There's about 13% of public schools or students who are homeschoolers. If you look at just our current school population, that's about 338 students in our community that just by statistics could be homeschoolers. There are homeschool programs designed to service those students. Some are publicly funded, some are privately funded. Schools that are publicly funded are funded either through a school district, through BOCES, through a variety of different sources. And they have to meet certain criteria. Number one, they have to be secular. They can't be Christian, and we don't fund Christian education. We do fund things for children who are Christian, meaning if they're getting PE, art, and music, they can access enrichment funding. And in some cases, that enrichment program is being provided by an entity that might also provide religious education separate from the homeschool enrichment program. But public funding for homeschool education has been in law since the late 90s. Students who are in a homeschool enrichment program that's authorized either through a school district or a BOCES actually are funded to participate in non-full day school programs. They have to meet a minimum of 90 hours during a semester. They have to meet all of the attendance requirements, have to meet all of the registration requirements of any other public school student, and then they're funded. There's a lot of conversations in the legislature about the amount of money that homeschoolers are funded at, and that's a whole different conversation. But over break, we had lots of people conflating homeschool enrichment programs with schools and thinking, oh my gosh, all these schools are coming into Elizabeth. Homeschool enrichment programs operate typically 1 day a week or 2 half days a week. They used to only be enrichment, meaning they'd be PE, art, music, outdoor learning, river studies, whatever it may be. In the last 2 or 3 years, there are a number of homeschool programs that have sprung up that are now partnering with parents and delivering an educational program. We have a couple in our community who work with parents They deliver 2 days of math and reading instruction, and then work with parents to deliver the rest of it as a homeschool parent. And so there's a variety of different things, but needless to say, social media went wild with, oh my God, all these schools, and BOCES is adding schools to our community without our permission, and blah, blah, blah. So I want to be very clear. There are schools, full-time schools, that have to meet requirements, have to have licensed teachers, have to do all of those things that are required. And then there are homeschool enrichment programs. And so our community has a number of homeschool enrichment programs. Many of them started because they had a site in Castle Rock, and so our families sought them out, driving to that program. And as numbers justified, they began offering a site out here. 2 programs. Castlewood is a program that's starting out here next year. It's been at Cornerstone Church in Castle Rock in the Founders Village area, and Summit Homeschool Academy, which is operating at Creekside Church. And so they started out here because children from Elizabeth were in their Castle Rock program, and they thought, well, there's interest out there, let's start a program out there. So it's really important that people understand, just because it's a classical homeschool doesn't mean it's a school. And so that's really important for the community to understand the difference. We did have a school application come in right before spring break. We were a little tied up with some things that were going on in the district, so that was an application that came in from one of the current homeschool providers that was proposing a 4-day-a-week classical school that would meet teacher licensure, that would offer the required number of instructional minutes, would offer students a full-time education program, and they submitted that application, as they have a right to. The board has not had a chance to even look at that. It came in again right before spring break, something that was planned to come to the board to actually consider, because obviously we have to consider it. We can't just deny it. We have to actually look at it. Ultimately, through conversations with that school, which was going to be called Elizabeth Classical Academy, they withdrew that application yesterday, because as they looked at the landscape and realized, wait, Independence Classical Academy is opening, we've got these other homeschool programs that are classical, that might be oversaturation. And so they actually withdrew their application. That's now on their website, that they've withdrawn their application. A lot of this was implicated to ER BOCES, which our district joined in January as a district member. So as a district member, we are now a part of oversight of the programs that the ER BOCES does. This board will eventually appoint a representative to sit on that board. I know there are people that are saying, where's the contract between the district and them? Actually, no, we're part of their governing board now. Just like a school district, we have a member on their governing board. That hasn't been seated yet. We have a temporary service person who has served on that board until this board has a chance to actually take up that issue. But the ER BOCES did not start any programs in our community intentionally. They didn't say, oh, let's go find people in Elizabeth. The programs that are in Elizabeth have actually been long-standing programs. Castlewood Classical Homeschool Academy has operated in Castle Rock this year. Again, families from Elizabeth were interested and participated in that program, and they feel they have enough interest to now serve at Harvest Bible, which is right next door. These are homeschool children whose parents have taken the responsibility of being the first educators of their children and partnering with Castlewood with their program that they're offering. They do 2 half-days a week of math, reading, and PE. They also have a 1-day complete enrichment, PE, art, music type options, so parents have a choice there. Summit Homeschool Academy also started in Castle Rock. And again, because of interest of families who are homeschooling in Elizabeth to drive to Castle Rock, they decided, hey, we've got actually enough families out there, let's help them, save them having to drive in every day, and let's offer it in Elizabeth. So I know there was a lot of chatter on, oh my gosh, the district joined the ER BOCES and now they're putting all of these schools in. Not true. The ER BOCES has approved some of those programs, but they've approved them a long time ago, and they're started in other areas and have grown into our area because of interest. I'm a personal believer that homeschool families have a right to get some academic and educational support. They pay taxes just like everyone else in the community. And so a publicly funded homeschool program is, to me, a right of those parents to have that support. They've chosen to be the first primary educators but why don't they get support like everyone else? And so I'm a believer that a parent who chooses to homeschool should have every right to a program that's being offered to support them. And that's something that occurs in our community. It's something we sponsor homeschool enrichment programs, not only in our district, but outside of our district in aeronautics. That's something we offer families in and outside of our district. And so homeschool enrichment programs are to serve that 13% of children who have chosen not to be traditional public education students. So really important that we not spin out of control. Because again, homeschool families typically have chosen homeschool for a reason, and that's their right. And we want to support them. We want them to feel like we care about them too. And that's why we would consider sponsoring homeschool programs, because if a family needs that support, why should they not get it? So just to be very clear, BOCES is a group of school districts that have come together to look at innovative educational options in the state of Colorado. We've chosen to join their board, and this board will have a representative seat on that board. So when options come to that table, our board members will have a vote on whether that's a good choice or not for families in Colorado. And I think it aligns with our vision of choice is good, providing families an option, especially if they've chosen not to come to a traditional public school, have chosen to do that. ICA, I want to touch on, because there's a lot of people who think somehow charter schools take away from public schools. Charter schools are public schools. We as a community, unless our community is willing to pass a bond and to contribute $700 a year to cover the cost of that bond, this district will not be able to build another school. We've seen Kiowa try 3 times for a bond, and it's failed every time. The likelihood of our community, remember 14,000 voters and 2,600 kids, there's a little anomaly off number there. The likelihood of our voters saying, yes, we're going to contribute $700 to build a traditional school is very unlikely, and I think this board has wrestled with that and come to that conclusion. The only way we're going to add seats as this community grows is through charter schools, and that's why Independence Classical Academy came to the table. That's why we approved them. That's why they're opening. At some point they will build out in Independence, and they will be a school at a location that we need to deal with the growth that's occurring. So this district will need to look at charter schools in the future, as all of the developments that are attempting to come into our community, and if they are approved, we have to have seats for children who want to come to traditional public schools. And it's not going to happen with us passing a bond. We could ask for a bond and it will fail, and all we do is aggravate our voters. So the reality is, and it costs us to put a bond on the ballot when we know it's going to fail. And I think we all know right now we're trying to use our money as wisely as possible. So hopefully that helps clarify all of this hullabaloo about, oh my God, all these schools are popping up and Elizabeth is allowing it. There is one school opening next year, full-time school, and that's ICA. And that's at Frontier for next year. And as they grow, they will grow to the point that they can actually construct their school out at Independence. And we're excited about that. We're excited about that option coming to the table. So homeschool enrichment is something that parents need to understand. Every homeschool program is not publicly funded. There are programs in our community that are privately funded that parents pay for. That's an option for parents too. Some parents don't want any taxpayer money, and that's their right. That's their right to choose programs. So it's really important that people understand the difference in what programs are and what programs aren't. So
One thing I think that would be good to clarify, because yeah, it was, I'm not on social media, but people send me stuff, and this last week was like, wow, what's,
What the
you
heck,
know,
yeah.
And this stuff was already in motion. So
what was
the
it?
timing,
Oh.
the timing.
yeah,
So it wasn't, we joined the BOCES and then
Yeah.
boom.
yeah.
This stuff was already in motion, number one. And number two is, they can approve homeschool enrichment programs
That's it.
regardless of whether we're a member or not.
Right. Yeah.
And 3, they cannot, any brick and mortar school would still have to come to this board to
Yeah.
approve.
Yeah.
So really, us joining the BOCES or not joining the BOCES, regardless, we still control brick and mortar schools, and homeschool enrichment programs, they can authorize those anywhere without us.
Castlewood Classical Academy was approved initially under a program that was approved 3 years ago. It's not new. The site out here is new because the interest made them think, hey, let's open a site in Elizabeth. Summit Academy was approved 4 years ago by the BOCES and was approved to operate in Castle Rock. And again, the interest was out here, and the market drove them to say, hey, let's offer a site out in Elizabeth. So these were not new programs. These are not programs that were authorized in the last 6 weeks since we joined the BOCES. These are programs I've known about. I know they're there, and I support them. The Elizabeth Classical Academy was an additional program that Summit Homeschool Academy thought. We have parents who are saying we'd like a 4-day-a-week program, and we actually meet all of the requirements of a full-time school. So let's talk to our local school district and see if that's something that would be a synergy to consider. They have admitted they got ahead of themselves. They posted, hey, we're doing this. Obviously, it hadn't even come to the board. And so they certainly recognized that they got over their skis. They were very excited about what they wanted to do. And when they actually sat down and realized, oh my gosh, you've already got a classical school opening, yeah, that's oversaturation. And so they withdrew.
And
So,
if we hadn't already made the commitment to ICA, I'd have been all over it.
yeah.
But
I think it would have been an awesome option. But again, we have a classical school, and they certainly don't want to step on that school either. They want to make sure that that school's successful, because a classical school is important in this community. It's of great interest. It's why we sought Liberty Commons to say we want to replicate that, because that was the community feedback this board received early on, is we want a classical school in the community. So.
Well, I wanted to kind of reiterate, thank you for that explanation, because I have to say that I think, number one, there was like this perfect storm.
Yeah.
The fact that in January we voted to become a member of BOCES, and then all of a sudden we see this application, and then all of a sudden we see Castlewood is kind of like, well, what is going on? And we are concerned for ICA that we don't, compete it out of business, so to speak. And so, because we are excited about that school and we want it to succeed, and we are excited about it. And so, I have to admit that I didn't understand a lot of this. I mean, I've understood bits and pieces of the whole homeschool enrichment program thing and the BOCES thing, but not in combination. And so I personally want to apologize to BOCES, because I kind of had a comment or something in a couple of emails that I was concerned, that I felt that we had been, that they kind of went ahead of what we were expecting, and I have realized that that is not true. So I want to personally apologize for my piece in that. But I've learned a lot in this last few days, I'll tell you. But I am excited about, I appreciated Summit, who was kind of filing as Elizabeth Classical Academy. I appreciated their understanding that this would be competitive and it wouldn't be the appropriate thing to do. I appreciated their realization of that, and I really did appreciate that. And then I'm excited, and I understand better. I'm not going to say I fully still understand everything about the whole enrichment program thing, but I do understand it much, much better than I did. And so those enrichment programs are important. And because we are a school district that is all about choice for our students, for our parents, for what's right for their students, we need to support those things. And that's always been our goal. That's always been our plan. And so I think that we seriously need to think about these things and support them where we can. So I just wanted to say that I feel much better than the perfect storm that happened with everything last week. And so I hope the community understands and listens to this, because the community did also get out over their skis, I think, about the whole thing.
The social media warriors.
Yes, yes, and I mean, I only
This is
see
why I
bits
don't
and
know.
pieces of that. I don't see a lot of it, but it was kind of like, what's the deal? And but now we understand it, and we've communicated with people, and so that was quite refreshing and quite good, and some good conversations have been had. So,
For sure. Last thing I want to say is we do have state testing coming up in a couple of weeks, and as we've continued to try to get the message out, this district had encouraged families to opt out in the past. It was a very open effort on the part of this district to say that's not important. We need to change that message because frankly, we want to continue to improve our academic performance. And when we only get data on a portion of our students, it really makes it hard for us to know where's our program successful and where can we improve. And so, again, we've seen a drastic increase in participations over the last 3 years since this board took over. I want to just continue that messaging of, opting your child out of a test. You can't opt them out of a medical exam, and you can't opt them out of a bar exam. An assessment is one more way of showing what I know. And we as a school district need to lower the anxiety. It can't be a stressful day. Kids need to come to school and know that, hey, I'm going to show what I know in reading, and I'm going to show what I know in math, and I'm going to be excited about that. And so, anyways, we want to continue to encourage parents who are watching, please consider not opting your child out. Let them have the experience. There is test anxiety. If you have concerns, talk to our counselors. There's ways we can support your child in overcoming that. Maybe this isn't the year, maybe it's next year, but let's address those issues. But opting out is harmful to the district because we then don't have full data to know we're missing on critical skills that kids need to know and be able to do, and maybe it's our curriculum lack, when all we have is, literally there was a period of time when this district had 30% of kids testing. How can you assess the entire performance of the district with only 30% of your students actually testing? So we've done great work, but I want to take advantage of, once again, encouraging parents, consider letting your child take the test. It's not the end of the world, and it's one measure. It's not the only measure, but it's an important measure.
And it's a teaching tool for the kids too, to learn how to take a test, because life is all about tests.
I was just going to say, life is full of tests and
Yes.
things we don't want to do. but
Yes, but
we do.
we have to do it.
Anyway, so thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, that was helpful.
Okay, so next up we have public comment. And we have Lisa Beach. And I don't know if it's on. If you see numbers, it's on.
No light, just numbers?
Yeah,
If you see
numbers.
numbers, it's working.
Yeah.
All right, hello. I have 3 children in the district, 2 at the middle school and 1 at the high school. I'm here tonight to ask the board to analyze its relationship with the district's attorney, Brad Miller. A school district's legal counsel is supposed to protect the district legally, financially, and reputationally. When the attorney becomes the source of controversy instead of protection, we need to consider other options. Right now, Brad Miller brings a significant amount of baggage and negative attention to the Elizabeth School District. His name has been tied to multiple districts around the state that are facing controversy, lawsuits, and public conflict. Elizabeth is not alone here. Districts like Woodland Park and Pueblo County School D70 have seen major disputes, investigations, and community backlash connected to decisions made while working with Miller. In several of these cases, his legal strategy appears to escalate conflict rather than resolve it. Right here in Elizabeth, he's given inaccurate advice twice in public on open meetings issues, one costing the district tens of thousands of dollars in court and attorney fees when we lost that lawsuit. You all were trusting that advice that he was giving you was true, and you should be able to. It's my understanding that Miller is not handling special education issues, rather a second law firm handles those issues. If Brad Miller isn't handling special education issues, the most common and most costly legal issues school districts face, then why is he costing us more than the attorneys handling the special education issues? What is he actually doing that costs over $100,000 per year? It appears he's making more work for himself while we all pay for it. Our district spends enormous time, energy, and taxpayer resources defending decisions that have drawn national attention in lawsuits. Regardless of how people feel about the underlying issues, it's fair to ask whether the legal strategy behind being used is actually protecting Elizabeth or exploiting and exposing it. A good district attorney should reduce risk, not increase it. They should help boards solve problems quietly, not put districts on the front page for the wrong reasons. It has become difficult to tell who is advising whom. An attorney should be there for consultation, not driving policies. Miller has authorized several of ESD's policies, and we know this because the same policies show up verbatim in other districts he represents. School boards are elected to represent the community. Attorneys are hired to serve the board, not the other way around. This is simply a practical question about what's best for Elizabeth School District going forward. Our district deserves legal counsel that focuses on stability, collaboration, and protecting the district from unnecessary risk. Right now, the ongoing controversy surrounding Brad Miller is doing the opposite. It continues to draw negative attention to our schools and distract from the real work of educating students. For the sake of this district, its reputation, and the taxpayers who fund it, I urge the board to sever ties with Brad Miller and seek legal counsel that better reflects the values and long-term interests of this community. Thank you for your time.
Okay, so next up, we have consent agenda. So I move that the board approve consent agenda items 8.1 through 8.3 as presented.
Second.
Okay, can I get a roll call?
Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Fletcher?
Aye.
Director Hunt?
Aye.
Director Olson?
Aye.
Director Powell?
Aye.
Okay, and next up we have discussion. First item is monthly financials.
So you have your monthly financials in your packet. They are posted for the public as well. Just want to, and I want to, number one, commend Justin for the work that he's done. As we all have known, as we've implemented the new financial system, reporting continues to be something that we have worked hard to make sure that we have an instant snapshot of where we are within regard to our budget, and that unfortunately isn't just intuitive to that software that was selected a few years ago. And so this report is something that Justin has created that allows him to do almost an immediate monthly financial report. And so we've used to do quarterly. We're doing monthly now just because we want to make sure, as we all have this financial goal of the 10% fund balance, that we can monitor literally month by month on, are we on track or are we off track? And so thank you, Justin, for your work on this. Needless to say, one of the biggest challenges, I'll just say publicly, is we are funded by more than 50% of local property taxes. Those come in beginning in March, April, and May. That's the bulk of our money. How many businesses can operate, getting the bulk of their money the last 3 or 4 months of their fiscal year. Our teachers want to be paid all year for some reason, and so we do use, as many districts in our position who are heavily funded by local tax dollars or by property tax dollars, utilize a no-interest loan fund. I want to draw the board's attention to the bottom line, where we do access the state loan. You see that we access the state loan in October, November, December. We did not need to access the state loan in January. We accessed the state loan last month, and our plan is to pay it all back by the end of May. And so that's really important. The community, I know there's many keyboard warriors out there who, oh, the district's borrowing money, they're financially broke. No, we have to cover the fact that our cash comes in the last 3 months of the school year. And so that state loan, no interest loan program will not loan us money if we don't pay it back. And we use it every year as many districts across the state, who again are heavily funded by local property taxes, utilize it. So what I really want to draw attention to in this particular report, it was our February one when we were going to meet in February, and we ended up not meeting in February, so or meeting March. Yeah, it was early, first meeting in March, right? Sorry. Obviously, March numbers is what we're looking at right now. If you look total at the end of the year, if you flip over to the back of that page, you'll see that at the end of the year, we anticipate a net monthly cash. Justin, you may need to help me on this. On that net monthly cash line, is that for the month or is that a cumulative number?
So the net cash is your monthly cash flow,
okay,
excess or deficit.
Okay.
Liquidity at just shy of the 5 million. So yeah, but that is monthly inflows and outs.
So the liquidity is how much money is actually available in the bank at the end of the year. And we have cut expenses drastically this year, and I want to be public about why. We know that this year we need to do a cost of living increase for all of our employees. We still lag behind our neighboring districts. Our neighboring districts have indicated, at least through conversations behind the scenes, that pay raises are unlikely with the fiscal situation that looks like is on the state horizon. we're hoping to actually move our employees this year, that we have to add to the base and give a cost of living increase to all of our staff. So why are we trying to cut expenses? Because we want to invest in our employees. And so at the end of the year, and again, he's tracking it monthly, we anticipate having $5 million, almost $5 million in liquidity, meaning that's what's in the bank. Be aware that that's not the ending fund balance for the year, because our employees get paid in July, charged back to this year. This reflects what we paid them in last July, so it's not completely off. There is some difference in what we paid last year and what we pay this year, because people got pay raises. So as you look at this, needless to say, this tracking of it month by month has been really critical to know that we are on track to actually achieving the fund balance that we have set as a board policy, that by 27-28 we will have no less than a 10% fund balance. And so that's an important goal of ours. It's something Justin has his eyes on and something he's working really hard to help us achieve. Keep in mind that there are multiple funds the district retains. We have a food service fund, we have a student activity fund, we have a capital construction fund, we have a variety of funds. As we looked at fund balance at the end of last year, there's actually some disagreement between the state and our auditors. Our auditors said that Tabor only applies to our general fund, when technically we had more than our Tabor reserve when you looked at all of our funds together. And so there was a little disagreement between the state and our auditors on whether we have Tabor or not. Last year we did have a couple of expenses that our prior CFO had not recorded correctly, and we had to deal with that through the audit. They were our energy audit that needed to be capitalized, and our bus purchase that needed to be capitalized, and that had not been done last year, and that's what needed to change at the end of last year. So while it wasn't necessarily a position change, it was a recording change, and therefore the auditors pointed that out to us. We are confident with what we're seeing here. The key is we have to stay on track, and so it's easy to take your eye off the ball, and that's what I appreciate about Justin, is it's not a quarterly look, it's a monthly look. And so Justin has a number of times this month gone to departments to say, okay, your expenses just jumped $100,000, what's going on? And so he can get answers right then. It might be an anomaly, it might be something that was planned, but at least he's looking every month to say, okay, are we on track? And that gives me great confidence, knowing that my head's on the line ultimately for our district financial status. And so this gives you a breakdown of each department, each school, as to what we're spending on salaries and benefits, what we're spending on expenses. It's important to note that our salaries and benefits exceed 80% of our budget. So I know everyone thinks, oh my God, you're spending all this money on other things. 80% of our budget is people. And so this board has made a conscious effort up till now to invest $6,000 more into our staff. That had to come out of a budget that didn't grow. It only grew by cost of living over the last 3 years. So with the work that you've done as a board to increase teacher salaries and classified salaries, that had to come out of other expenses that had to be cut. And so this community needs to understand that we have a fixed pie, and we can only take so much out of that pie. And sometimes we have to decide what are we not taking out of that pie so we can use that pie for something else. And that's really the juggling game that Justin, as our CFO, is constantly looking at is, okay, we want to increase salaries, we got to cut somewhere else. And so, again, this approach that Justin's brought to us as our new CFO starting last year is really gives me that confidence of we're on top of it, and we're seeing the progress that we need to get across the finish line and be where we want to be. So, any specific questions or anything?
One big change since the printing of that is repaying the state loan in full. So that state loan as of right now is 100% paid back as of a couple of weeks ago. And as I've said a couple times, this is truly a living document. I update it no less than 1 or 2 times a day. I will update this with best knowledge. But the loan is 100% paid back, which puts us in a very tight forecast for April. But that loan is 100% paid back.
Thank you.
People don't understand that.
Second property tax day. Good job.
Yeah.
For that purpose at least.
But we've
yeah.
been doing this loan for years.
Oh,
I
it-
mean, since
it
way
just-
before, I mean, districts do
I
it.
honestly don't
Another
think,
fascinating.
don't think I've been in a district that hasn't had to
Yeah.
use a loan, because most of the districts
Mhm.
I've been in have a higher property tax portion of their funding than
Mhm.
state tax.
So our property tax resolution as approved was 3.7 million. So
Mhm.
how does that compare to the other 177 districts in the state? Denver County borrows every year $550 million.
Cool.
So, we are truly dust in the wind compared to Douglas County. Douglas County is 30 to 90 million a year on the state. So, us at 3.7, we're not a half billion.
Wow.
I appreciate not just that we're trying to stay within our pie, but that you're also trying to grow the pie, and bring in more.
Oh, we have mandatory
income.
blood drives after
Nobody's getting out of here with that.
Nobody's getting out without a fight.
But yeah, I appreciate you just trying to bring in dollars. Actually, I know Nicole, you were going to, so.
Yeah. We saw an increased amount of transportation. We don't get funded by the state. We get reimbursed a portion of what we spend on transportation. Justin, in his first year, in accounting for the expenses that truly run the transportation department, increased that revenue by almost $100,000, I think it was. So again, just really being cognizant of what are we spending and what are we eligible to get reimbursed on. Everyone thinks transportation is required in the state of Colorado. It's not. We could close our transportation department tomorrow. We'd have a lot of kids not come to school. And we're not going to do that. We believe very strongly our kids need to get to school, and our transportation department does a great job. But we don't get every dollar we spend on transportation back. We have districts who have done away with transportation. That money gets reinvested into other things in the district. We spend money on transportation that we don't get back. But that's a conscious choice we make, and I think our parents appreciate that, because obviously we have a very large area and some kids travel quite a ways to get to school. So again, I'm proud of the work we're doing. Unfortunately, again, you get keyboard warriors who try to seize on, oh, this looks bad, and they'll spend that out in the community without factual information. And if only I got an email asking about it first, that would be great. So.
Well, and you have, you know, all of the critiques of, well, you can't get teachers, you can't do this, you can't do that, you know, spend the money in the classroom. Okay, number one, quit suing. Quit core
Yeah.
requesting. Quit, you're complaining about our legal fees, but yet you are driving up the cost
Yeah.
of legal. And again, this is an example, all of the chaos you create online in this misinformation world of social media, that affects teachers wanting to come to our district. So the chaos you're creating in your intent to heal is hurting.
Yeah.
So just throwing it out there.
Yeah, anybody suing the school district obviously hates children and us, so.
Sorry.
Next item?
Okay,
Are we
next
okay with
item.
that? Any other
Yeah.
questions? All right. Next item, federal funds. The board has talked, and we actually had a requirement that had originally been placed on the school districts to accept federal funds this year that really was going to throw quite a monkey wrench into it. The federal law or federal regulations from the Department of Education indicated early this year that any paraprofessional, any instructional support staff needed to have at least an associate's degree before we could hire them. That would impact massively in the district, because we have paraprofessionals who work with special ed kids, we have paraprofessionals who work in lunchroom, we have paraprofessionals, and not many of them have associate's degrees. So our fear at the beginning of the year when that came down was, oh my gosh, we are going to need to decide, is federal money worth taking if we're going to have to lose half of our staff and then not be able to fill those positions either. We got clarification actually 2 months ago, and I think I brought that to the board, but I wanted to close this conversation out about the fact that no, that only applies to any paraprofessional you hire that's going to do direct instruction with students. Of course, we want them to be highly educated. We don't want someone who doesn't have a high school education to teach kids to read. It's not what we want them to do. So when we got that clarification, we clearly feel a little better about, you know, there are federal funds that we're taking and they actually play an important role. So you have in your packet a breakdown. We have $140,000 in the title programs, Title I, Title II, Title III, and Title IV. Fran is here. If you have any questions, she can address them. But these are positions that are added to our district because we take those federal funds. If we didn't take the federal funds, those positions, we'd have to then figure out how to take them out of our already stretched pie, as we just discussed. The other challenge is that these positions have been funded since we began taking federal funds. And if we stop taking federal funds, these positions, many of them we want to absorb into the district budget. And if we ever decided to take federal funds, we couldn't fund these positions again because that would be supplanting. The federal dollars cannot take the place of local dollars for a position, so everything funded in federal dollars has to be on top, has to be additional benefits that students are getting. So just in Title I alone, the $82,000 is getting us literacy interventionists, both their salaries and benefits. We're getting supplies for those interventionists. The district does take indirect costs from federal funds, which goes into general funds, so it offsets all of the accounting that Justin's department has to does and help support the funding of those staff members. Title II, we only get $41,000. That's professional development money. These are the expenses that the district has chosen. The CHAMPS training we did this year that teachers loved, the teachers have raved on, was paid for by federal dollars. Title III is our ELL funding for students with second language learners. We actually can't get that funding directly because it's less than $10,000. We partner with Douglas County. They receive that money on our behalf. We work with them. We create a plan, and ultimately they reimburse us as we spend this money. So Title III is a very small amount, but it does have benefit, as you can see here. And then Title IV, we've done a number of things. Safe and Civil Schools, the CHAMPS training books we were able to buy with Title IV money this year. So my recommendation would be, and that's why it's not on as an action item, is that we continue. We continue to accept this federal money at this time. It doesn't have the string that we were concerned about attached. And all of these are important things that I think are enhancing our district. And so I just want to make sure that the board had no disagreement with that. Obviously, it can be placed on as an action item in the future. But we felt like we wanted to close out that conversation. I think we've had it here, and community members might be wondering what's that decision. So any questions or disagreements on that position?
So the administrivia that is coupled with the reporting or anything else of this is, we're saying that that's not overwhelming to the point where it overpowers the $140,000 that we're getting.
No, and the indirect costs actually help offset salaries of people who are helping us do that. So when we take indirect costs, those are actually helping to pay for the people whose job it is now to check the boxes and make sure that Fran does an amazing job with grants and make sure that we're always in compliance and that our requests meet the law, meet requirements. And so obviously this funding helps offset part of Fran's time that's spent on this project. So.
I appreciate you doing the deep dive into it so we could see that the numbers pan out.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's great. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Now this doesn't include special education money. We obviously are funded for special education through IDEA, Part B and Part C. That's a lot more money than this. That was never on the table to not accept because obviously that would make a huge impact on what we're able to do for students with disabilities. So that's why it's not here, but if you'd like a breakdown of that, we're happy to give that to you as well.
Okay. Well, thank you for doing this next step in that. Appreciate it. Next up, we have our math project.
Do you want to display that, or do you want to go off of your paper copies? It is posted
Oh, you
online,
posted
so
online?
yeah, so
Okay.
anyone at home can certainly follow along as well.
Okay.
Are you okay with that, or do you want it displayed?
I'm good.
You have your,
Okay.
get your
Okay.
confidence monitor there.
Before Ted gets started, he went through this with me, and I really appreciate his efforts to put this together. I think he has a plan, and that's a lot of times this is all navel gazing, right? We have a problem, and then there's no plan to fix it. But I think there's some solid measures in here to start, and we'll fix it as we go. But yeah, no, I appreciate you sitting down with me and talk me through this.
Absolutely. No, and I appreciate the work you started before I got here on your white paper. Gave me a lot of good information to start from. But no, thank you again for the opportunity to, I think I've spent the better part of my 7 or 8 weeks here really focusing in on this project. And I want to thank the board for kind of allowing us to do this the right way. Many boards enjoy knee-jerk reactions and let's just switch the program, or let's just do this one thing and we think that'll fix it, and it doesn't. And so I appreciate the grace that you've given to take the time to sit back and actually dig in, do a root cause analysis, get input from students, from staff, from parents, and make sure that we roll this out in a way where it's not my plan, but it's the district's plan, so our students, staff, parents all have agency in it, and this continues to grow. But I have shared with you guys on this side the actual full plan. Tonight I'm just going to go through kind of a quick PowerPoint that hits the highlights, and then feel free to just interrupt and ask questions. But I wanted to start with, again, kind of our current state. Anytime we do a project, I want to start with what problem are we trying to solve. And the 11th grade SAT is obviously not the end-all, be-all of mathematics proficiency, but it is the measure that we have. And it's the measure that research will tell us demonstrates whether or not a kid is college ready. And I don't believe that every kid needs to go to college. I don't believe that every kid has to go to college, but I believe that as a district we have a responsibility to make sure every kid has that opportunity. So we need to make sure every kid is college ready when they leave, even if they choose not to go to college, and they're in a trade that doesn't have college. Having college level readiness math skills is going to help them immensely. I can't think of a job where that wouldn't help. And maybe they don't go to college, but maybe they want to be the manager at that place one day, or maybe they do want to go to college at some point. We need to make sure we've provided them that opportunity. Right now, as you know, our current scale score is 475. College readiness is 530. To kind of piggyback on what Dan was saying earlier, we also had a pretty large opt-out last year. So of the 173 11th graders, only 117 took the test. We know of that 117, only 23.9 were proficient. Given the students that opted out, we only have actual data, so statistical state data, that 6.2% of our current seniors are college ready. So that's not good enough, right? That's, you line up 100 kids, right? 94 of them aren't making it, and chances are those might be some of our kids. So we need to get that number up. We need to do that in a couple ways. One, we need more kids to take the test so we have that data. If they don't have that data, they're going to have to take a college placement test. They might have to, if they're not scoring well enough, they might have to take remedial math. And if you're only scoring a 475, even if you go straight out of high school into the workforce, and you're working an hourly job, you probably don't have the basic math skills to be as successful as you would like. So that to me is the challenge we face. That's the current state. If anyone were to ask, why are we even doing this project plan? Because that's not good enough for our students. It's not good enough for our community. We need to do better.
Can I just interject here? And before, there's the inevitable, well, your numbers are skewed, you only have 68% participation rate or whatever. Show me better numbers. Anyone. Produce metrics that show me that we are being affected. If it's out there, I haven't seen it. Ted hasn't seen it, so show me where we're being affected. That's what I hate that I hear, well that's not an accurate number. Well, show me the accurate number then.
Yeah.
But if I can chime in, the state graduation requirement isn't college ready. The state has lowered the graduation requirement in math and reading to points that are not even proficient for students on the SAT. We've chosen SAT as that's the test we're going to benchmark our kids against, and then we've said our required score for graduation is less than proficient. And so we have a statewide issue. This isn't an Elizabeth issue. I challenge any district to do this analysis this way, and they're gonna find very similar data. So we as a district have to not go with, oh, we beat the state, because we've done that
Yeah.
for years. We've done that for years in Elizabeth. There's a banner that was in my office when I got here from the prior superintendent, is that fourth highest in the metro area. Fourth highest of what? I mean, is that what we celebrate? We want our kids to be proficient, and that's not acceptable.
Yeah, and when you look at the SAT, and you're exactly right, of the, I don't know, 60-some kids who didn't take the test, I have to assume they're not proficient.
Yeah.
I love the quote, and Dan probably remembers this, we used to use this back in the day, that when it comes to learning, you are innocent until proven guilty by a preponderance of evidence. Like, I have to assume you don't know it until I have the evidence that shows me that you do. We only have evidence that of the 173 11th graders we had at the end of last year, we have evidence that 28 of them are college ready. It's not good enough. And so,
But I have heard from parents and educators that you're not measuring it right. Well, produce the data.
Yeah.
That's what I say, produce it, and I will look at it and we will take it into account,
Yeah.
but you don't have it.
yeah, and
So-
whether or not the SAT is a good measure or not, I think is a moot point. It's what we
Yeah.
use.
Yeah.
I could argue if I failed my driver's license test that that's the worst test ever. Doesn't matter. If I want to drive, I have to pass it. And so, I mean, it is used by nearly every, state in the country, and most colleges, even those that went away from meritocracy, have gone back to using SAT scores as they've realized without them, we have kids all over the place. And
You have to have something.
it
You have to
is,
have some
and
measures.
that's what we have. And I would say if you lined it up with other data, it is pretty accurate, right? These 28 kids probably are the 28 kids who are passing their finals, who are getting 100% on their homework, and the kids who didn't pass are probably the ones who are struggling. So I guarantee you SAT is correlated with any other valid math measurement, and it just is really, it's futile to argue whether or not that data is right or not. And speaking of, so this is the quantitative data. If you move to the qualitative data, it supports it. Our staff, for the most part, think that they're doing a great job, but the system is not working. And that's what we found. The system is not working. We don't have intervention. As a kid falls further and further behind, we have nothing else we can do except the teacher can continue to try to intervene in that class. When we talk to students, they're not real confident in themselves in terms of math. They're not confident that their math class is going to get them caught up. And when we talk to parents, when I looked at the data, 86% of the parent data is negative. They, in general, do not believe that our math program is working for their kids, and why would they when our scores are where they are? So whether you look at this qualitatively or quantitatively, the data shows that we're not getting it done. So when you look at those gaps, because there's a disconnect between what staff is doing and how that's being perceived by students and parents. So in that disconnect, when you look at this, parents are telling us the curriculum is confusing, there's insufficient direct instruction, and we lack the practical application of those math skills. I can tell you that absolutely fits with my visitations to math classrooms. And so no matter how we slice the data, no matter how we look at it, we have work to do. Qualitatively, quantitatively, what we've seen going through classrooms, we've got work to do. When I go back and look at what the root cause of why I think we are where we're at, it is, again, you've heard me say this several times, it's systemic issues. This isn't a person problem. This isn't a resource problem. It is a systemic problem. And I met with the high school teachers yesterday and reminded them again, this is not a high school math teacher problem. They just happen to be the exit exam. We start to lose kids in kindergarten, and they just continue to lose more and more ground, and they never catch up. So
This is a national problem.
Yeah, and it's a national problem
This is not just a Elizabeth school
as
district
well.
problem.
Yeah, and so What we've got to do is through this root cause hypothesis, figure out what isn't working for us so we can fix it. And I think number one, we have a lack of a coherent and aligned K-12 mathematics system. Whether that's the curriculum, whether that's resources, whether that's intervention, there's no coherence and there's no alignment. So we have, you'll see there, a very fragmented approach. So I think improvement efforts have been reactive. They've been somewhat piecemeal, and that's why, again, I thank you for giving me the time to step back and say, let's look at the whole thing versus just react and throw something at it and hope it works. But when you prioritize those programs over the basics, this is what you get. We have to go back and fix the basics. Do we know what kids have to know and be able to do? How will we measure it? What do we do if they don't know it? These are very common questions in education that we haven't been answering here. Weak core instruction. So that tier 1 instruction, the math class that students go to, it's not aligned. If, we worked a little bit on better instructional strategies, but working on better instructional strategies to teach the wrong thing doesn't work. We've got to make sure we are very clear about what students have to know at each grade level, and then assume that they don't know it until we have the evidence that proves they do, and then we move them on. Without that, we just continue to widen these gaps. And unfortunately, there is not the level of math expertise, there's not the level of assessments, and there's not the level of interventions in math anywhere in this country that there is in reading. So we have to be even more detailed about this. Reading, if I said a kid's behind, there's 50 programs I can go and buy and hand to a para and say, just follow this script and you'll catch this kid up. That is not true for math. There are very few. When we look at assessment data, there are very few really good diagnostic assessments for math, where there's tons for reading. So that weak core instruction with those widening gaps is something that we have to be precise on. And that leads to that instructional inconsistency. I should be able to walk into one third grade math class, walk into another, another, and the what should be the same. Maybe not the how, because we have to differentiate for kids. We should be, fine-tuning that for the students I have in the class. But the what, the outcome should be the same. If I'm teaching a group of kids who are behind, I don't lower the bar. They still need to get here. And if I just decide on my own as a teacher, well, today I feel like teaching fractions. I'll teach decimals next week. Like, that doesn't work. We can't have that. So we just have this inconsistency from one classroom to another. And as a parent or a student, it ends up being the lottery, right? If I'm lucky enough to have this teacher who maybe follows an aligned curriculum, or maybe brought something with them from another district, or they just happen to be really talented and have a lot of great instructional strategies, I win the lotto. If I'm over here, maybe with a new teacher who then doesn't have a scope and sequence to follow, doesn't have great command of math, and they're not getting the support they need, I lost the lotto. And so we need that consistency. It shouldn't matter what classroom you're in, it's that what should be the same. And again, research just consistently shows that most of this struggle comes from a lack of alignment, unclear expectations, and then a lack of focus. And I think we've had all of those, which is what most school districts struggle with. Those things are very difficult to do with life in a school. And so we've got to be very purposeful. You'll see coming up when I get to my recommendations, we have to be crystal clear about what we're doing. My 5-year targets, I shared with Mary in the curriculum review board. These take a while, but they are very ambitious. If we do everything right, these are going to be tough to meet, but our kids deserve us to shoot for the moon. And so by next year, spring of 2027, I think an average score in that 11th grade SAT of 500 is reasonable. It's a 25-point jump. You've got to remember, by the time they're in 11th grade, even if we fix everything else, they've had 10 years of unaligned instruction. We're not going to fix that in a year. But if we can get 40% of our kids to be college ready and 10% to have strong readiness, I think that sets a good foundation. Year 3, that average score going up to 530, so now at least 50% of our kids are college ready, 20% have that strong readiness, and then by spring of 2031, average score of 560, 75% of our kids are college ready, 40% have strong readiness, and 10% are advanced. This is what we should expect out of a traditional, comprehensive, middle-class American high school. These are not crazy. Nobody's reaching them, but we should be able to do this. This is not unattainable. It will be very difficult to get there. We need to stay focused. We need to make sure this is the work that we're doing, and that we don't wait till spring of 2031 to go, oh, we missed it. We need to be following that data along the way, and if something's not happening, we make adjustments. So the way we'll do that, the 4 key drivers of improvement, is that high quality core instruction. So we will align our curriculum. That work is already kind of begun and will really get kicked up this summer. We'll be bringing in staff to work on that, and then work on professional development. So those job embedded instructional strategies, not just paying $10,000 to bring in an expert in July and then, hey, good luck, hope that works, but actually continuing that week in and week out, making sure that that happens. One of the things we talked about, I joke with Tam Smith at the middle school, he's like, can we align curriculum this summer? And I said, well, if we're going to pay teachers to align curriculum this summer, you have to create a schedule where your math teachers have joint planning every week so we can continue to talk about it. Something very difficult to do. He called me a couple days later and said, done. So we now have
That's
that.
awesome.
So we have that ability now to align that curriculum this summer, and then every week when those math teachers, they'll meet every day, but as a principal, you'd probably take, I don't know, say Tuesdays. Say Tuesdays you're going to meet in here, we're going to bring the math coordinator in, and we're going to talk about, okay, this is what you taught last week. How'd we do? Where's the data? Do kids need intervention? Maybe we planned 3 days to teach this topic and we needed 4. Let's jot that down so we can change it year after year. So we're putting in place those structures to make sure this works. We can do PD in there if we've got, hey, we've got a unit coming up on X. Let's talk real quick about what the best instructional strategies are to use that. And then ensuring that we have high quality instructional materials. We'll put in place coherent math pathways. That starts with a shift from integrated math to the AGA sequence. For those of you that might not know the acronym, Algebra, Geometry, Algebra 2. And I talked with the high school math department about this because this affects them, from a change perspective the most. There isn't a lot of research that says integrated math versus AGA, one is better than the other. But there is a lot of research that says AGA is easier to teach. And so if we already have kids who are behind, if we know we have to provide alignment and professional development for our teachers, why not make that easier to teach? We also know the data that says that students passing 8th grade algebra is the #1 predictor of college readiness for math. Then we should be teaching algebra in 8th grade, not 8th grade math. And so having that clear pathway, and when I think of this from a backwards design, what I would like to see from an instructional model is that output is some type of concurrent enrollment math class where kids are getting dual credit, high school and college credit. So if you think about the average kid, you're taking elementary math, right? You go into 6th grade and you kind of get a good overview, make sure all of that's solid. Pre-algebra is a 7th grader, 8th grade algebra, 9th grade geometry, 10th grade algebra 2. That opens up 11th grade to be maybe college algebra. If you're not going into a math field, it could be math for the liberal arts. If you want to go more of a traditional, pre-calc, calc, but this sets us up to where those last 2 years are concurrent enrollment. Yes.
So since we are already doing integrated math in high school, how will AGA be transitioned in?
Yeah, it's a good point. So what has to happen is the first 2 years, there is almost like a little mini unit that has to be taught. So if you're an integrated 1 this year, and we assume you're going to then go into geometry, you might not have gotten enough algebra to get you there. So the first 2 years, the alignment will be in addition to. Once we get past those first 2 years, it doesn't matter because everyone will have gone through that sequence. But you will have missed some prerequisites for some of those classes. The good news is so many districts have done this that that data is out there. Like here's the skills most kids struggle with if they've gone from integrated. The other thing we're working on right now, and I've talked with Brett actually emailed this today and asked a great question, and I talked with Tam about it, is entrance exams. We really are going to need to look at probably 6th grade, maybe 7th grade and up, and give an entrance exam and see, are you ready for algebra? Are you ready for pre-algebra? And then at the high school, should you go into Algebra 2? Should you go into geometry? So, and again, those are out there. We can tweak them to make sense for us. But this spring, we need to do an entrance exam, and then that needs to become the norm, right? When 6th graders at the end of 6th grade or at the end of 7th grade, we're going to need to test and see, are you ready for algebra or are you ready for pre-algebra? And get them in that right track, because that's going to line up. If you have to take pre-algebra in 8th grade, that's fine, but then that AGA sequence that happens in high school, that's only leaving you with your senior year to get a college credit. I think we should get to the point where your junior and senior year, for most kids, most of those are concurrent enrollment. There's no reason why you should take a junior or senior level high school class that doesn't also give you dual college credit. They're so similar, and we can create these pathways. Even if you're not a college-going math kid, there's nothing wrong with then taking college algebra or math for the liberal arts, getting that 3 credit hour college class. Even if you go straight into the workforce, that probably is going to look pretty good on your resume and might give you a step above the other kid who's not going to college if you're both applying for, a job in the trades or an hourly job in customer service. So I got a 3 credit hour math class. I can count change. Like those things are going to matter. So putting those pathways in place, yes, for the first 2 years, there's going to have to be kind of a little pre-unit to get kids ready, and the rest will be scrunched down.
But there'll also have to be some prerequisite math added at the high school, because we have kids who may not be even ready
For algebra.
Right.
And so we will need to, as we start this plan, also think about potentially a pre-algebra class at the high school for kids who are just that deficient on some of those critical skills, because we can't just put them in a class they're not ready for.
Yeah.
So that will be a short.
Good thing the middle school is right next to the high schools.
Yeah.
Well, and a good example is, as Tam and I were talking about today, you take that 8th grade algebra class, that's a high school credit. We can make that to where that's a high school credit, and that's frees you up to take even yet another higher level math class. The other thing that we've looked at, just to kind of give you an idea of how that would look. So think of next year, the 8th grade math teacher might have 5 sessions, right? They have 7-period day, they teach 5. That 8th grade math teacher might just have 1 algebra class next year and 4 8th grade math. Then the next year, maybe 2 algebra, and then 3, or maybe 3. Because depending, this is going to take some time to ramp up, because next year we're going to do work to get 6th and 7th graders caught up. But the current 7th graders, we might only have 20, 25 of them who pass that algebra readiness test. So each year the number of sections will grow. And yes, so this next year at the high school, we might need pre-algebra, algebra, and geometry. But hopefully after a couple of years, we don't need pre-algebra anymore at the high school. But until we get these gaps filled, there will be a bit of a transition. So that's a very good question.
In that transition time, do you foresee using summer school as a way to kind of help kids who are close to being there but not quite there, or haven't mastered all the concepts?
You could. I mean, you can do summer school. You can do before and after school tutoring. We could do intervention in the high school. It's not common, but there's a lot of extra ways to kind of double you up so you have the ability to learn more in the same amount of time. Mm-hmm. Part of this is I think we're going to have to see how much work we have to do. Like, how close are kids? If integrated math was taught really well and kids retained it really well, that unit might be really small. If that alignment, they missed chunks of information, and again, we'll know that data once we look at those placement tests.
Okay.
Once those placement
So
tests,
all high school students will be taking a placement
And all
test?
middle schools.
and middle
And the
school,
middle school.
yeah, because those placement tests, you test math, in my opinion, in a way where it's also diagnostic. So not only we know you missed this, but we know why you missed it. So then we can look at those skills and say, all right, a majority of these ninth graders who took integrated 1 all missed, I don't know, this part of algebra. And that's a big part of this class. So we'll do some mini units and stuff like that. But yeah, I think if we feel the need to somehow add extended time, we have that opportunity.
And that's something that'll happen at the beginning of the school year, or?
The placement test?
Yes.
No, that'll happen this spring.
At the end of this school year?
Well, sooner than that, because we've
Okay.
got to schedule kids now.
Okay.
So I think we'll probably get through CMAS and go straight into
the
that,
placement test.
because, I mean, if you ever built like a high school schedule and you got to figure out what math class do I put these 600 kids in, that needs to happen now.
Okay.
And same thing with the middle school's a little easier, but yeah. At the middle school, for the most part, 6th graders take 6th grade, 7th graders 7th and 8th. The high school, you could have tons of mixed classes, so they need
But
time.
with placement, we'll have the opportunity that if there are a lot of kids who are able to do algebra as a 7th grader or 8th grader, then we can place them into those
Absolutely.
classes.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, and that'll just grow over time.
Perfect.
And one good thing about doing, geometry and algebra 2 in high school, and then with a math, whatever elective next, usually if you're not going into a STEM field, you don't take 4 years of math. So you may take 3 years of math, and then you got a year where you took no math, and then you arrive at college, and now you got to take this college algebra course, and you remember none of that. And so now you'll finish algebra 2, take your college algebra, and it won't be like this massive shock to you.
Yeah. Well, and for some of our students who choose to go to college and aren't going in a math-heavy field, getting that college algebra done in high school, they might not have to take math at the university.
Yeah.
Or if they go to a community college, hey, my math's done, so if I forget it 2 years from now,
Yeah.
it's okay. I know enough to use for my field. So that math pathway progression, I think, is going to be huge bang for our buck. Another driver is protecting that instructional time, so ensuring math time is held just as sacred as reading. When I was a principal, like, the whole community knew, like, do not check your kid out for a dentist appointment from 8 to 10. That was literacy block. You were not getting your kid out. Do not show up late. Like, we protected that time. If we want math scores to be this, we need to do the same. And so we need to make sure, if, for example, and this isn't true, but if, for example, Running Creek was doing an hour of math a day and Singing Hills is doing 50 minutes, that's a problem. So we want to make sure that we have protected that instructional time, and that includes access to intervention at K through 8. And then finally, the system-wide capacity, the structure. So hiring a math coordinator, hiring the content leads, and when I say hiring, it's really selecting. We're not adding new employees, but selecting content leads at each of the elementaries, department heads at the middle and high, adding those math interventionists at the middle and the 2 elementaries. That's going to give us a team of about 12 math experts who, when we have to make decisions, when we want to talk data, I mean, imagine if I had 12 people I could have met with every week to help build this. We don't have that structure, and so to just tell people we want to change, but we don't change the structure is not going to work. So building more system-wide capacity, using our resources a little more strategically is going to be a huge driver. When you look at the next slide, the major strategies and tactics, so we have 4 strategies, and I want to explain a little bit why I built it this way. So strategies, to me, these are more long-term. You can say we're going to work on this strategy for 5 years. Some of the tactics, some of the actions need to be quicker, right? Because we need to be agile, we need to be able to move. So when you look at the 4 strategies of building that coherent system, establishing those pathways, protecting instructional time, and system-wide capacity, those are our strategies that we're going to need to work on for the next 5 years. What you guys see in the plan is those tactics, the curriculum alignment, instructional strategies, those types of things. I have those in the plan you probably saw broke down into a first-year implementation. It really doesn't do any good to build out actions, success criteria, timelines for implementation year 2, year 3, because they're going to change. as we get to next spring, we'll be looking at what did we accomplish. Then we'll build year 2 implementation. Towards the end of year 2, we'll build year 3. Just doesn't make sense to work on actions 3 years from now, because we could be way further along. We might not be where we need to be, and you need to be agile. The strategies should stay the same, right? Those pathways, I am fine saying for the next 5 years we're going to work on those pathways. Right now, that's initiating AGA. That's not a year 2 or a year 3 implementation. That is done this year. So in the plan, you'll see a further breakdown of those year 1 items. And again, it's anything from aligning curriculum, like I talked about, to how do we recruit and retain high-quality math personnel. We are at a disadvantage if we don't in some way understand that we might have to pay more for positions that are hard to fill, right? I mean, in any organization, if I have 100 people apply for this job and 2 apply for that, I probably need to do something different. And where our pay scale is, we're already at a disadvantage to some of our larger neighbors. So if I'm a math teacher and I'm really high quality and I got a chance to work here or, you know, somewhere up the hill and there's a $10,000 difference, where are most people going to go? The culture that we've created here, you know, I think the value of working in a small community, that's worth something. And I think it's worth a lot. It's probably not worth $1,000 a month to people. So we're going to have to do something to recruit and something to retain. And when I say recruit and retain our high quality people. If we have current teachers who are really high quality, we might need to do something to retain them. And if we want to recruit the best, we might have to look at something creative, whether it's signing bonuses, whether it's you know, some type of hard to fill stipend, whatever. If this is our focus, right, and we have the money to afford to do a couple things really well. We can't do everything well. We don't have the money for that. And when I say well, I mean financially. But we can definitely prioritize a few things and put some resources to it if we want to compete and we want to grow. So you'll notice those strategies, like I said, they're anything from things in the classroom to structural things like how we use our resources, how we recruit and retain. How we'll measure progress and success, again, SAT is that big thing, but we're not going to wait till every summer. So we also will have district benchmarks. I've been looking through what we currently use. You guys have seen Kim come in and make presentations with iReady. If you looked at the projections that I made for this year, I went through and I correlated iReady to CMAS for 3 through 8. It's a pretty rough correlation for math. It's only about a 0.40. They're positively correlated, which means as one goes up, the other goes up, but a 0.4 is not great. Reading's about a 0.6. So we need to look at whether or not we have the best benchmark. Those are those tests we give fall, winter, and spring. If I need to find out why they're not more highly correlated. It could just be because we're not teaching aligned curriculum. It could be that the test is really good. We just aren't teaching the things that are measured. But we're going to need that data because, again, if I say we're going to be at a 500 by spring of next year, I need to know along the way, are we on track? Because if not, again, we need to be agile enough to switch, just like a kid. If a kid is going like this and he needs to go like that, I need more intervention. I've got to increase the time, the intensity of instruction. We'll also look at things like algebra pass rates, math pathway completion, how many kids do we have earning college credits in math, and then again, I think we'll want to set some goals for the recruitment and retention of high quality math teachers, right? I would assume we would want to retain 100% of the math teachers that we find high quality. We want to probably set a goal that 100% of the teachers we recruit in math are high quality.
We also need a way to measure a high quality.
Absolutely, yep.
math.
And so those are things when you look at, well, what are we going to, what's that implementation plan going to look like year 2, year 3? Those are things that after we get this foundation built, we can really start to hone in on. And those things will come, but we're going to have to measure, and these are things where I would expect you as a board to hold me accountable to say, where are we at? You said this is where we're going to be. I'm not waiting until August. Like, we want periodic updates. We're putting resources into this, we want proof that this is working. So measuring that progress. So again, the implementation roadmap, this spring, analysis, planning, and creation. I've done the analysis, I've done the planning. Now we can spend the rest of the spring creating. Phase 2, which is next year, is we start implementing those tactics. So we implement the year 1, I think it's like 12 tactics. And then phase 3 is monitoring, adjusting. And part of that is implementation plans for year 2 and year 3, depending on where we're at. Let's say we don't hit the mark on instructional strategies. Our PD is still not where it needs to be. That might be a tactic for year 2 as well, where we really dig into actions and you know, kind of take that to the next step. But one of the things, as I also want to mention, and Dan and I have talked a lot about this, in my experience, and you'll see at the bottom, the greatest risk factor to this not working, because I think anytime you do a plan is you do a risk analysis, is initiative overload or scope creep, right? There's 100 things that we need to do, and there's probably 100 things that you as board members hear about from constituents that we want to do. If this is the main thing, we as a team have to keep this the main thing and make sure we don't let other things creep into it. Because if all of a sudden it's like, well, now we're hearing this needs to get better, or now I'm hearing we need to do this, my question to you is going to be, is that more important than math? Right? You got $100 to spend, you're spending $75 on math, you got $25 left. You choose it wisely, because these things in most schools never work out, because as a team, we as the leaders and the board, it's just too hard to stay focused. There's too many other things that, you know, Doug the squirrel, too many other things that come by, and I'm like, ooh, that's shiny and pretty, let's do that. We are going to, if we want this to work, have to be disciplined, and we have to be focused. And I told Dan, my suggestion is, like we do in PD, we put up a parking lot on the wall, and if someone's like, hey, we need to fix this, great, let's write that down, and when it makes sense and when it's time to reevaluate what we're going to do, let's do that. But if next week all of a sudden I'm getting a phone call going, you know, Ted, we've got to fix science. I've heard science is a mess. My question's going to be, are we shutting down the math plan? Because if we're putting all these resources into math, I can't also put them into science and social studies and whatever. You know, a new soccer field, I don't care what it is. Like, this is what happens in districts. We have competing interests, and we all have our pet projects, right? There's things Dan would love to improve. There's things you would love to improve. We as a team... Yeah, you got lucky.
He just won the lottery.
You won the lottery. And it's not that those other things aren't important, but will water down our ability, and that is what frustrates staff. That's what frustrates leaders, and it will end up frustrating you, because in a couple years from now you'll be like, why didn't we meet the mark? And the answer you're not going to want to hear is, because you asked us to do 15 other things. We can do a few things really well, and the reason why I said this costs you $75 is you got to leave $25, because things will come up. Things will come up that we absolutely have to do. But we need to be cognizant constantly of, we said this was a really big thing and we really needed to fix it, and the data would suggest that we do. We have to stay focused, and we have to hold each other accountable to, like, so are we shutting that down? Because as you saw in that implementation plan, that's a lot of work for staff. That's a lot of work for our leaders. It's a lot of work for Dan. A lot of work for me. None of us mind working hard, but there's only so many hours in the day, and 9 out of 10 times in my almost 30-year career, these never last. Not because the plan isn't good, not because the implementation is poor, but we as adults can't stay focused. There's just too many competing. Am I wrong, Dan? There's so many competing priorities. So I just want you to hear from me that kind of God's honest truth of this only works if the team stays focused. I think this is the right plan. It is about as research-based as you can get. We will get there if we stick to this, but we have to stay focused.
Now that doesn't mean we stop the things we've done in reading. So
sure. Correct. That's already rolling.
We have our reading initiative. We've got our dyslexia therapy. We've got those things.
Absolutely.
We have some tweaks we're doing to that.
It's new initiatives.
Focused on instruction and making sure that we get kids in dyslexia therapy that need that level of intensity. Those are things we're going to work on but, so don't hear us say, well, we're gonna shift off of reading
Yeah.
and not focus. This is secondary, main focus,
Yeah.
primary focus continues.
Yeah. We can do this and everything we've already been doing.
Yeah.
It's the new initiatives that end up crushing this stuff. Now you get 2 or 3 years down the road and we're humming on this. Might only be $50, and it's like, hey, we can start something else. But especially early on, it's incumbent upon us to stay focused. So again, which goes to the last slide, execution, which is where it usually always falls apart. And that's because it doesn't just hinge on a robust plan, but the quality of the execution has to happen, and we can't execute when we're doing 8,000 things. It just doesn't work. So we've clearly outlined what we're going to do. As you saw with each of those actions, there's ownership, there's timelines, there's success criteria. We will have to monitor those. Dan and I can monitor those internally. I think you guys should monitor those from the board. And then you'll see at the end again, those break down really the what, the how, the why, the when. If we stick to that, there's absolutely no reason why we can't, really turn this around. And as Dan was saying earlier, the goal is to have the best academic achievement there is. And I think we'll have other places asking how we did it. And then you get to answer because we stayed focused.
So I have a vague question that, but I was just thinking, as you are sorting through this and helping the teachers to understand how to do the correct scope and sequence, basically to meet with the CMAS, testing and all that stuff, it just occurred to me, it seems like they would then say, I could do this for science too. Or the science teachers would come up and say, how does this work? And so they might start taking it on, even if you don't, have this specific plan like that for them.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah. And each time, not only with like doing science instead of math, but any project, once we start showing how you implement well, everything we do will start being implemented this
We
way.
will have content collaborators, department chairs in science and social studies.
Yep.
So it's not as if those departments are going to be looking at how do they improve and hearing, wow, this is working in math, let's
And
try
then
it
we're
too.
gonna be doing, I wanna do this too.
So there will be things that will improve beyond this,
Mhm.
but district resources
Yeah.
have to be
Right,
devoted.
oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and that's the big part, because then if science comes and goes, well, can we get a science coordinator and science interventionists and all that too? That's where it's like, we probably can't afford to do all of that at once, but absolutely, that work will happen. The work will happen, we've already started that in English language arts at the high school, because you start at the high school and work your way down. We've already had those opening conversations because literacy is something, again, it's not a big pull because districts are already working on it. Dan already had a ton of stuff already going with Cindy. And so there are other things we can do, but when you think of, if someone asks you, what are you working on this year? Math.
Yeah,
When
well,
we
but then
get to
also,
science, we will have an articulated curriculum before we begin a plan.
Before we
Right,
even
Science,
start.
right.
Because
Yes.
they're gonna do that while every other department's doing the same. So that's
Right.
gonna be critical. Is
Right.
all that work's gonna be happening. District resources, time, people are gonna have to be devoted to this plan.
Absolutely.
Our current science team is going to systematically approach their work moving forward, which is gonna make a huge difference for them.
but with our reading interventions and with the math interventions, those are going to feed into the
That's
science.
what I
They're
was
gonna
gonna say,
improve
is
those,
like-
and they're gonna improve the ELA and writing and all those things. I mean, they're gonna improve by focusing on these two basic skills that we
Well,
absolutely need.
absolutely, because if you can't read, you're probably not accessing social studies really well. And science teachers have said, I have to spend a little bit of time remediating math that they're going to need for this science experiment.
So that's
So
just
yes,
naturally gonna
that
flow.
will rise all ships
I
for
can
sure.
tell you as an engineer that you absolutely, if we can improve reading comprehension and we improve math, science will go up.
Absolutely.
It just,
It
just
will.
has
it
to.
can't not go up.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
yeah.
just.
Yeah, so this is exciting. This is where we need to be.
Yeah, so again, the last one from the philosophy, and I've shared this a little bit with the curriculum board committee, is that genius of and, right? You get in a lot of arguments, well, is it fact fluency or is it problem solving? It's both. So our philosophy has to be that we develop a conceptual understanding in addition to procedural fluency, right? If you don't know your multiplication facts, you're going to use all your cognition trying to figure out multiplication, and not, you're going to be tired by the time it's time to solve the problem. So, you know, yes, we're going to have to set kids down, directly instruct, model, teach them, give them the chance to practice, then problem solve. Like, we're not necessarily changing the outcomes of what we're doing, we're changing the order. Because the way we've been doing it in some of our classrooms, it's just not research-based. The research is very clear. You teach, you practice, then you let them go. It's that gradual release. You guys have probably heard I do, we do, you do. So we're flipping that back a little bit to what's worked for years. So my
You say
commitment...
years, you're talking like, you know, millennia.
Yeah. Years could be hundreds of years. So my commitment to you is that we'll build that K-12 coherent system, we'll develop deep understanding and strong computational skills, and again, that long-term goal is that 560 overall SAT with 75% of our kids being college ready by 2031. Again, that borders on an unrealistic goal just because nobody's doing it, but I think we can, and I absolutely know our kids deserve us to shoot for that. So,
And I just want to assure the board that Ted has this is more fleshed out than he presented, obviously, to the Curriculum Review Committee, but the last couple of meetings at least, this has all been presented to the Curriculum Review Committee, and at the last meeting, the CRC did indeed approve this being forwarded to the board. And it was a unanimous vote to forward it to us for approval and acceptance. So it's the CRC is thumbs
Process
up.
has been followed.
Yes, yes, exactly.
so any questions, comments, concerns, anything you're afraid we're missing, any worries?
I'm excited.
Yeah,
Me
just
too.
to say thank you.
Yeah.
This is
It's a lot of
exciting
work.
to see
Gonna
that
be
there's a
fun.
plan for success.
Yes.
And we're glad you love it.
I'm telling you, it's going to be fun work. All right, thank you
Tell your
guys.
passion. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm excited.
Madam President,
I would like,
may I ask
once
a
once y'all start with the curriculum
modification?
alignment,
Couldn't
I'd
we
like
do
to
10,
just
8,
kind of know
and
how
10,
that's
9?
going.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll be
Oh,
publishing
yeah,
this stuff.
yeah.
We could
Just
show
move it.
that.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
It seems like that's the most important step. It's like, I mean, if you have to know 50 things and you're only teaching 25 of them, like,
Yeah, that what the researchers would call the guaranteed viable curriculum, it is by far the number one indicator of student proficiency. It's why it's the first thing
Yeah.
to do.
Here's what I love. We just spent about 45 minutes talking about learning.
Mhm. Yes,
And unfortunately, I think we need to do that more. So
I think so
I
too,
think
yes.
I just want to celebrate that.
Like the point
To
of being
celebrate
in school,
that.
right?
So we're moving on to action items, and we're gonna switch the order a little bit because we have someone who's been waiting to present, and we don't want to make you wait any longer. So we're gonna look at action items 10.8 and 10.9. So the first one, 10.8, is approval of community schoolyard grants program. So say with that, I'm gonna go ahead and kick it off with, I move that the board approve the application for the community schoolyards grant program. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, and discussion, we're gonna let you elaborate on
Yeah,
what
I'll
this is.
just give a quick overview and then you can ask any questions you have.
Mhm.
So this is a new grant program DOLA has. It'll probably just be a one-time grant program, they were saying. They have about $3 million total set aside for this, and it's specific to a school district can apply in collaboration with either town or EPR. In our case, it's gonna be EPR. They actually approached us at the same time we reached out to them about this. And it's gonna be at Running Creek. You've all visited Running Creek at some time or another, I'm sure, so you're aware of the playground's not in great shape. The preschool playground got redone with a previous grant, so that's looking great, but the K-5 one is very old. And then we have that lower field, we have these stairs going down to that lower field, which are completely non-ADA accessible. And the idea will be to redo not only the upper playground, but then also make an ADA accessible path to go down to the lower field. reseed, you know, make a nice open area where you can have PE outside, a field day, and all those activities they like to have there. And also create an access to the path, the town trail that goes right alongside there. And then an agreement will be in place where the EPR will be in charge of the upkeep of that whole area, meaning, you know, mowing and any landscaping that needs to be done. And outside of school hours and during breaks, the community can just use the playground and the park as they would like. But during the school day, it's obviously reserved for the school. And there is a 25% match requirement, and we will split that with EPR, and the Running Creek PTCO is also willing to fundraise towards that as well. So and the whole grant runs until 2029, so we have time. And you know, Justin and I talked about the spreading out our piece of the match, and by doing that, it's very doable, since it doesn't have to be all spent in the first year. It'll be a kind of a community-driven process in terms of the design. We want to make sure that everybody, you know, Running Creek families have a chance to give their input of what they would like. But some of the things the staff there has already mentioned, and that also the grant is looking for, is outdoor classroom space, which is also going to be great climate-wise, because when it's really hot inside, Colorado climate, in the shade outside is still pleasant. So then the kids can, you know, have that as an option to get out of the hot classrooms during those times. And they would also like to have a space where they can eat lunch outside, since the cafeteria sometimes gets very crowded. So that would be some shaded outdoor classroom spaces will definitely be something that we will want to include there too. So that's kind of the broad overview for this one.
So is that 3 million all
So
available to us, or is that split among other people?
850,000 is the max we can apply for, and then plus the match. There's a chance that they might lower the, you know, if we were to get awarded, it could be that they say, you know, we just give you 500,000, or you know, depending on how many other projects apply and are eligible. So at this point, we don't know who else is all applying, and but we met with Todd from DOLA, and he felt very confident that this is a very good fit, our project, so we'll see.
Cool. I think it's great.
So just to clarify, because I was looking at one of the documents, I think from the Metro District, that said that the estimated cost of the project was around $1 million.
Right.
And then the grant funding, hoping for the 850.
Right.
And then, but it has the balance being 250.
So 250 is the match that we're splitting.
Okay.
Between.
So it'll be a little bit over $1 million project, or.
Well, if we
Yes,
get 850 and then
exactly,
another 250.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I had a question. I was looking at, let's see, the community use agreement. And the question I had at the end, for the term and the termination, under termination, it talked about that either party can terminate the agreement for convenience upon providing at least 1 year's written notice. But it does say any termination shall not relieve the school district of its obligation to maintain the schoolyard as a public resource for the duration of the required time in the DOLA grant agreement, which it seems like, is it a period of 10 years, or do you know what that agreement?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's just, let's say if we were to say, we're just now selling the whole playground to some developer or something, like actually get rid of the land, then we would have to pay a portion back to DOLA.
I see.
So we would have to just keep it going as a, you know.
Yes, I see that. But my question actually, where I just wanted to clarify that I understood that correctly, was it was saying any termination shall not relieve the school district of its obligation to maintain that schoolyard as a public resource. And I was just looking at, you know, kind of above at what like the responsibilities are of the Metro District, right? And you talked about maintenance being a huge aspect of that in the long run. If there was some reason that the district had to, decided to terminate, would all of their then responsibilities fall to us?
Well, in that paragraph, the maintain is more about it has to be available as a community schoolyard. So meaning it just has to be open for that purpose. Now, if the grass isn't getting mowed for a few months because EPR decided they wanted out of this piece of that service, that's not the maintain in that piece. That just means it's gonna have to still, the gate is gonna have to be open that the public can
We can't
use
lock
it.
it out. We can't
Yeah.
lock it out.
Well, I guess, and my point is just, if that were to happen, if things were to terminate, and then all of a sudden we had all of the responsibilities of the district upon us, is that something that we could handle
I
or
mean, we
manage?
would have the responsibility
we obviously would
anyways
still need to
because
keep
it's
it
our
open.
property. I mean, I know currently we have at Running Creek, the PTCO usually ends up mowing it, that lower field, just because they like to use it for field day, so they have the PTCO.
So you don't
mow
think
it.
the maintenance of it would be that costly of a burden or
So-
something beyond?
So the big maintenance of these items are annual replenishment of materials, i.e. mulch, sand, rock. So let's say there's 100 ton that go into this project, every year 5 ton need to go back in from natural erosion. In addition to this, there's drainage that goes through, that the drainage has to be maintained. And then eventually, the wood will just deteriorate. So the woods that we're looking at, the ponderosas, Douglas firs, are a 10 to 20 year lifespan before that wood needs to be replaced. So then we would be responsible for sealing it, maintaining it, and then eventually disposing and replacing it once the wood deteriorates. So the ongoing monthly costs or annual costs are very, very minimal, that the district would absolutely absorb.
Well, what I'm talking about is like what's laid out in the contract. The long-term maintenance, as I think you were discussing, these are things that are the responsibility of the district, or not the school district, but the EPR. The security, the operation of the schoolyard during the non-school hours, and trash removal, groundskeeping, which would include the mowing, but snow removal as well, and safety inspections for community use. So just that being the question is, okay, hopefully that won't happen with EPR, but as an attorney, I always have to look at what is the worst case scenario, and then could the school district continue to do it? Is that something that we could
Yes.
do?
Yes, we would absorb that.
Okay.
All right. Any further discussions? Okay, so with that, can I get a roll call?
Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Fletcher?
Aye.
Director Hunt?
Aye.
Director Olson?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and next up, we have approval of school health professionals grant. So I motion that the board I move that the board approve the application for the school health professionals grant. Can I get a second?
Second.
And discussion.
Okay.
So this one is a grant that comes up about every 3 years. And it's open right now for application, and in discussion with Dan and Lene from Special Services, it became evident that this would be a good opportunity for us to increase our licensed nursing staff for the district, because there is really a strong need at the middle school to have like a full-time licensed nurse there. So that would be the purpose of it. We can also include funding for professional development, not just for that one staff member that's funded through here, but for all of our health services provided in the district. Even the counselors, the psychologists, social workers, all of that staff can receive professional development through this grant, so we can look at that as well. And then I know there's also been discussion for like anti-bullying. I know Legacy uses Capturing Kids Heart, so I don't know if that's something that, the district would want to look into, something like that for the middle school. Obviously, that would be a discussion once, if we were to receive the grant, then what exactly that would look like.
So the money is, we have the ability of
Yes,
changing the
so,
use of
so
it.
in the application, we would just say, something like this, as an anti-bullying curriculum, or, and then to be determined, once,
Capturing
yeah.
Kids Heart, I believe, is an SEL program.
It's actually not. I mean,
No.
many people say it is. But,
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, it's a program we'd want to look at a little further and make sure
Okay.
we're comfortable with that. But again, I think the nurse is the key.
Yes.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
nurse would be
This
the
is
key
a,
for me.
this is a
Exactly.
massive amounts of money, so
Yeah.
Mhm.
the nurse and the professional development, and then
Okay.
if down the road we thought, gosh, we do need some type of a bullying prevention program or some type of a a program, we could look for that at that point in time. And that would be
Exactly.
curriculum, and therefore I would say curriculum review committee would be.
Right, but then look at that and
Yeah.
see, yeah.
So our focus would be on nursing staff and professional development. We wouldn't be increasing the number of psychologists because we don't do that kind of counseling
Yeah,
anyway.
we actually, right now, we've looked at the number of psychologists. We are over assessing students.
Mhm.
Every child is getting a psychological exam when they're special ed tested. That's not
Mhm.
required. Lene is really looking at how do we get that under control. So I don't know that we need psychologists staff, and I don't think that's something.
Well, and one of the reasons the nurse at the middle school would be a great addition as well is they have athletics, but they don't have a trainer, or so when it comes to concussion protocols and all of that, they really don't have anybody there that is qualified. So that's why that position was kind of the one that we honed in on.
And I would be completely comfortable with this if that's our focus.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's-
yes,
yeah.
yeah,
I
that would
was
be
gonna
the
bring that
salary
to
and
you.
benefits for the nurse
That's-
is the,
okay.
you know,
Is the main focus.
is the main
Yeah,
focus,
I'm
exactly.
good with a nurse, but, more, less those others.
Okay.
how
So
much-
any further discussion?
I was just gonna ask, how much is this grant?
So it's a 3-year grant,
Mhm.
and it's, you know, I mean, we can ask for up to $500,000, but obviously, that would be a lot of nurses.
A nurse with,
So, yes.
a nurse
That's-
with
yeah,
benefits is
so-
gonna be
I'm gonna
more than
apply for that
100,000.
Yeah,
nurse
so I think it'll probably be
So
over 100,000
The bulk of
for
it's
it,
going
yeah.
to be
Mhm.
staffing.
So,
Well,
So-
and even, y'all had to do AED training, you were able to get that, but for that kind of professional development for our staff.
yes,
Yeah.
exactly, that would be
Exactly.
something, yeah. So we'll probably, I mean, I would recommend that we put a good amount in there for professional development, because, you know, this can extend, yes, to the security department. It would be great to have every single person in the district, every staff member trained for, you know, trauma-informed care, so they know how to respond to a student that's has some behavior incident,
Or stop the
instead of,
bleed or-
you know,
Yeah.
so
Checking on
there's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of opportunity for professional development that we currently don't have funding for, so.
Yep.
And then it can also, whatever professional development we decide on the first year, then when you apply for year 2, you can change. Let's say if you want something different, then, yeah.
So you apply each of the
So
3
you,
years?
you get the grant awarded for all 3 years, but then you kind of do it's a continuation application for
Okay.
year 2 and year 3.
Okay.
And you again, you kind of build a new budget. You say, okay, well, obviously you're keeping your nurse on staff, but then, you know, you're probably changing some of the other programming you're doing,
Okay.
so.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right, so with that, can I get a roll call?
Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Fletcher?
Aye.
Director Hunt?
Aye.
Director Olson?
Aye.
Director Powell?
Aye.
All right, well, thank you for sticking around
Thank
and
you very
thank you for all
much.
your hard
Thank
work.
So we have our attorney standing by for an executive session. I don't know on these policies, many of these are first readings, so they're not policies. I think there's 1 or 2 that we could adopt today. So just looking at time, I want to make
Yeah.
sure we don't miss our window
Yeah.
to have our attorney present for the executive session. That's
Yeah.
important, so.
Okay. Well, I think we can get through these pretty
Yeah,
quickly
I-
since they're a
that's my
first
thought.
reading.
I just felt like if we
Okay.
took it with that approach, I think we
Okay.
could.
And you're welcome to email any changes, that way I have them for the second reading, if there's not a lot of time. Happy to correct them in between.
Thank you, Jane.
Okay, so with that, we've got item 10.1, which is our 2026-2027 Board of Education meeting schedule. I move that the board approve the Board of Education meeting schedule for the 26-27 year as presented.
Second.
Academic year? Okay,
Second.
okay. And any discussion on that?
The only question I had was the one working session that we're doing on a off week. I sometimes have conflicts with that first Tuesday of the month. I know last month in February, when we had to change the day, we moved it to a Wednesday rather than moving it to a Monday. I don't know if that's a possibility. If not, I just might have a conflict
Okay.
on that
Okay.
particular day.
And when we get closer to that, we can
can
decide
change.
if we wanna just reschedule,
If we need it or
change
not.
the
That's
I know
date.
it's a working session, so.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Any further discussion? All right, can I get a roll call?
Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Fletcher?
No,
Director Hunt?
Aye.
Director Olson?
Aye.
Director Powell?
Aye.
Okay, next up, we have action item 10.2, our first reading of revised policy GBGG, staff paid leave. I move that the board approve the first reading of revised policy GBGG, staff paid leave.
Second.
And discussion on this one?
So just to be clear, this is shifting the responsibility of the only person authorized to approve a staff member going into unpaid leave is the superintendent. We really want to make it very clear that you have a certain number of discretionary days. If you get to the point where you're saying, oh, just off me, we no longer have our eyes on our plan. We now have teachers saying, no, I'll just be gone. No, that's not permitted. It's got to be rare and unusual. It's got to be, you know, a critical situation. I'd rather have the yardstick of I'll be the one to ensure that it's always consistent. So we've asked to change that. It's something that we've talked with TAC about, and I think they're very open to let's be consistent, because we are concerned that sometimes we had a staff member in January that had already exceeded her leave time and had been on dock leave for a week and a half. And so that's not acceptable. If you can't come to work, resign. We'll find someone who will. And so we really felt like that led us to say we gotta change this policy.
Well, and don't the teachers have short-term disability?
They do, but it wasn't something that would have activated that. Yeah, this just allows us to be very consistent. That if you are out of leave, you're gonna have to call me and make a case, and then I may direct you, no, you must be at work. And then if you're not, then you're insubordinate. So,
Yeah.
I like it.
Otherwise, it's just like not showing up for work and showing up a week later going,
absent
hey,
without
I'm
leave.
here. Yeah.
Absent without leave.
I was thinking that, I don't know if we can, I also see that you, and we talked about last time, I think, at the working session, on page 4 and 5, and I see that those changes were made for sick, the word sick, change it to discretionary because they're different. So I see those changes were made,
Yeah.
and I'm wondering if we could just finalize this one personally.
It could be first, it could be first official. We've looked at it once. It wasn't an official because it was a
Yeah.
work session.
Yeah.
So we could do first and final.
Do you want to amend the motion?
Does everybody else, well, I guess we can vote on that. So I move to amend the motion to make this a first and final reading of GBGG.
Okay, second. All right, can I get a roll call?
Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Fletcher?
Aye.
Director Hunt?
Aye.
Director Olson?
Aye.
Director Powell?
Aye.
Good job, Barry.
Might as well get one check mark off today.
Sandy
And-
loves it.
I think everything was handled that we talked about last time, so.
So next up, we have our first reading of revised policy EGAEA, electronic communication. And I move that the board approve the first reading of revised policy EGAEA, electronic communication. Can I get a second?
Second.
All of the policies that we're about to look at are from our policy audit that was done by CASB, and we have a list of policies that have to be updated. This simply adds the requirement that anything sent over electronic communications must be preserved. So it's really just ensuring that we don't have people who are just trying to get rid of their emails because they don't want someone else to get them. We have a requirement and a duty to the public to preserve because of course. So that's all that's added to this policy. It's pretty basic. I'd say unless you have concerns, it could be brought back on consent and approved at the next meeting.
I thought the FBI told us that we could just delete it wherever we wanted. That's what they do.
Bleach pit.
Bleach
What do you mean, Jonathan? Oh, okay.
Sorry, I mean, I'm just trying to, keep up with the policies.
So with that, can I get a roll call?
Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Fletcher?
Aye.
Director Hunt?
Aye.
Director Olson?
Aye.
Director Powell?
Aye.
Okay. No, I got the giggles.
Sorry.
We have attorneys waiting, all right. So, next up, 10.4, our first reading of revised policy GCO, evaluation of licensed personnel. I move that the board approve the first reading of revised policy GCO.
You got the giggles.
Evaluation of licensed personnel. I'm sorry. We're getting delirious. It's late. Can I get a second?
So, second.
Okay.
So this particular policy, Mary had a good question. I'll go ahead and publicly let everyone know. The licensed personnel, these changes are from the CASB policy to ensure that we're complying with all of the legal requirements. Licensed personnel includes anyone that has a CDE license. Not every licensed personnel has tenure, the non-probationary, probationary status. Teachers do, and that's because of the Teacher Employment Compensation and Dismissal Act, TECTA. It's a law. But there are licensed personnel, psychologists, social workers, counselors, administrators who don't have probation. So every other licensed employee except those required by contract or law are at will, and that's what this is just clarifying in that segment. So.
Yeah. And I, like Dan said, I did ask him about this earlier, and first reading I think is great, but I would like to see an insert maybe of some kind to define what you just said,
Okay.
basically.
Okay.
That, the licensed personnel does not include the people under that TECTA thing.
TECTA.
Yeah.
For which TECTA applies. So.
Yeah, for which, something
Okay.
like that, so that, and that those are the teachers who, have a contract provision otherwise.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
I just think that would be good for our board,
Clarity,
for,
so.
HR people are gonna fully understand this, but for us to understand it fully, I think it's just better to
Okay.
qualify that a little bit better, so.
The last segment that's added here is simply what we already do. We report to the State Department of Education, the employee evaluation, final performance ratings by October. So it's just clarifying that policy that that's what we've always done. It's required by state reporting rules. So it's just adding it to policy.
Cool.
Okay. One little comment. You'll notice a lot of these policies look very similar across districts because they are model advocates.
Yeah.
So,
There you go.
yeah. Colorado Association of School Boards. Okay, so, with that, any further discussion or roll call? Okay, can I get a
Mary?
roll call?
I'd say, Mary, you were the second on this one?
I think so.
She
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know, what did I write?
Okay, sorry, turn around. Director Callahan,
Aye.
Director Fletcher,
Aye.
Director Hunt,
Aye.
Director Olson,
Aye.
Director Powell.
Aye.
Okay, so next up, we have 10.5, our first reading of revised policy JFBB, Inter-District Choice Open Enrollment. I move that the board approve the first reading of revised policy JFBB, Inter-District Choice Open Enrollment.
Second.
This particular, it really has just minor edits where we used to use the word admission. It's open enrollment. Open enrollment is when anyone from outside the district wants to come. They go through a process. We have a right to consider whether we have space and things like that. So it's really technical updates. There is some family composition, ancestry, all of those things that we've seen in other policies that have had to be added. And then special education had some technical edits. It used to be that if a child had special education needs and they required significant support needs and they live in a different district, we would be able to say no. We can't deny a child's open enrollment application. However, once we know they have an IEP, we can then consider, is serving that child a burden to the district, and if so, we can then unenroll them and say, parent, you're going to need to go back to your home district. So it just changes the process. It used to be charter schools used to ask, do you have an IEP, and then they deny enrollment. They've changed the law to say you can't ask that. Once you know they're special ed, you can convene an IEP meeting to say, can you meet their needs? And if you can't, then you can, through an IEP process, say, no, you should go back to your home school that is required to meet your needs. So that's the technical change in the special education section.
Well, thank you for explaining that, because that was one question I had, because I was
Yeah.
looking and it seemed like, well, if they're already admitted, aren't they?
The
already
accusation
on
was
the
to charter
enrollment thing?
schools who would ask, do you have an IEP? And the minute you said yes, they'd say, oh, sorry, we don't have room.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Yeah.
so that law changed to make sure that you weren't just denied because you were disabled, but that you really considered what services do you need and can I provide them before you determine if you choose not to serve that student. There is some updating of statute as well, and adding the AC policy as a cross-reference, which is a non-discrimination policy. So I think they're pretty minor edits, but I would recommend, again, we probably put on consent unless there's anything in particular you want.
I just have a little bit of nitpicky on wording in the transportation thing, so I don't know what you think about this, but the way it's currently worded with the change from will to must, and I think it even, you know, kind of implied this otherwise, it's transportation must be furnished by the parents to a designated stop, I get that, within the district. But it's almost like the parents are being forced to have to get busing once you get to a stop.
Here's the reason. The law changed that our buses are not permitted to leave our district boundaries.
And I get that, I
They
get that.
cannot
I'm just
send-
saying that it seems like it's saying, I mean, it's almost saying if a parent wanted to drive their kid all the way to school, they couldn't.
Yeah. Oh, if they want transportation,
Yeah,
so maybe
and
that
that's
should
where,
be clarified.
yeah, if we wanna just,
If you wish
if
to
you
have
wish it.
transportation, a parent
That's
must.
what I,
So you have
yeah.
to come to the nearest stop
right.
in the
And that
district.
makes total sense, yeah.
So,
But
all
maybe
right.
if we could just say,
We'll work on clarifying
So,
that. Yeah,
yeah.
I get that.
we're
Thank
not
you.
forcing you into it if you don't want
I
it.
see what you're saying.
So, yes, perfect.
Okay. Can I get a roll call?
Director Callahan.
Aye.
Director Fletcher.
Aye.
Aye.
Director Olson.
Aye.
Director Powell.
Aye.
Okay, next up, our first reading of revised regulation JFBB-R, interdistrict choice open enrollment. I move that the board approve the first reading of revised regulation JFBB-R, interdistrict choice open enrollment.
Second.
So this is the regulation for the policy you just looked at. Again, it changes admission to open enrollment. There's a couple that have double open enrollment. We'll have to look at that.
And I've already corrected
Did you?
it. I
Okay.
caught it, but it wasn't on the
Okay,
printed
no
copy.
problem. And so again, there's just some technical edits. None of them concern me. This might be one we want to bring back because there are so many edits, just to have a public discussion so you have a chance to review it, and then we can make any suggested changes unless you want to email them to Jamie in advance, which would be great.
I did have one thing, again, on the appeal procedure on page 4. So it says that if there's, open enrollment is denied, appeal by contacting the superintendent is what it says. Then it says the principal should submit the reason for denial and the parent's request to the administrator. Considering the appeal, the administrator will review the parent guardian, and then then the superintendent will review the decision of the administrator. So I think there's a lot of, there's one too many administration there.
Superintendent or designee is probably what should be there, because if, in a large district, the superintendent is not gonna take the
Right,
responsibility of
right.
reviewing open enrollment applications that were denied. There'll be somebody he assigns or she assigns.
Right,
So I think we can clarify that
yeah.
language.
So
because-
just, it seems like the administrator is an interim level
Yeah.
between superintendent, like not just a
And it could be
designee,
if I
but,
designated someone, but.
yeah.
But that's
So
not
anyway,
clear.
just a little clarity on that, I think
We'll
would be
clear
good.
it up.
Okay.
Thank you, Mary.
Can I get a roll call?
Director Callahan.
Aye.
Director Fletcher.
Aye.
Director Hunt.
Aye.
Director Olson.
Aye.
Director Powell.
Aye.
And our last one is not a motion, just a review. It's a review of policy BEAA, electronic participation in school board meetings.
Yeah, I didn't see any real changes in it.
Mm-mm.
I thought
You just have
it
to update
follows
every now
what
and then.
we
Mm-hmm.
practice. If you have changes, welcome to that.
Okay. So yeah, this is,
It really is exactly what we've been doing.
yeah, it's just the revised, the review. Okay. Okay.
Did we have a motion and a?
No, it's just a
Okay.
review.
Well,
Mhm.
I would motion for the review, and then it just means it's final, because I'll put that at the top. It could have
Okay.
been under consent, but I didn't know if you had
Oh,
changes.
okay, okay. So, I motion that we approve, the review of a BEAA, electronic participation in school board meetings.
Second.
Okay. Can I get a roll call?
Director Callahan.
Aye.
Director Fletcher.
Aye.
Director Hunt.
Aye.
Director Olson.
Aye.
Director Powell.
Aye.
And then, Madam President, if you don't mind, can we go back and vote on the amended policy for GBGG? I don't know that we've always done it correctly, so I just want to make sure.
The amended.
Because we didn't ever do the final vote on the original motion, but
Oh.
maybe we should.
You voted yes to amend the motion, but then.
Oh,
Robert's Rules of Order, you have to go back.
okay.
Back me up on this, Director Hunt.
I think-
Then you have to
Good-
go
good
back and
catch.
actually vote
Good
on the
catch.
Well,
amended
he caught it,
motion.
and I
Yeah.
think we've always done it
That
that
is-
way,
okay.
out of habit and not really known, so thank you.
Because
Proper
Mary,
procedures
you amended.
But if we
you
don't vote
amended.
on it, just
Yeah.
as tabled.
My worry, since it's a staffing
Yeah.
reason,
Yeah.
that policy's probably
Gotcha.
technically not in effect.
Okay.
So I
So
think-
the original motion,
No,
No,
vote on
the
the new
amended.
the new amended
You
motion,
would read
okay.
Mary's amended motion
Okay.
and ask for a vote on it.
And I think
Okay.
that's what
So
we
you're
actually
just
voted on.
I
doing
could have
first
swore
and
we did, but
final.
maybe I didn't.
Yeah.
So, I move to accept, let me see here, Mary's motion for a first and final reading of revised policy GBGG, staff paid leave.
Yeah, you vote to pass that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. So, you,
Second.
Oh, we need a second.
Second.
okay, can I get a roll call?
Who seconded?
good job, everybody.
Mike.
You, sorry, when I look down, I don't always, okay, Director Callahan,
Aye.
Director Fletcher,
Aye.
Director Hunt,
Hi.
Director Olson, Director Powell.
Aye.
Okay, thank you for the save.
Sorry.
I think
okay.
it's always done it that way, and
Uh-huh.
it's obviously not,
Okay.
we need it.
All right. So, with that, next up is, we're going into executive session. So I move that the board go into executive session under Colorado Revised Statute 24-6-4024B, conferences with an attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions involving current litigation. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, can I get a roll call?
Director Callahan,
Aye.
Director Fletcher,
Aye.
Director Hunt,
Hi.
Director Olson,
Aye.
Director Powell.
Aye.
And for those watching at home, there will be no action after this executive session. We will come back in and gavel it closed. But just for those watching, so that you're not sitting there thinking there's more action coming, there's no action planned after this executive session.
session.
Okay, we are back from executive session. It is 10:18 PM and I adjourn this meeting.